A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you once again to the UE Spec here out in St. Augustine on the campus of the University of the West Indies, where we have a very interesting second day in store, and that's because the combined campuses and colleges are hoping to overhaul the 300 as posted by the West Indies Academy on the opening day yesterday. The two umpires are already out in the middle, and as we speak, the CCC will resume this morning on 11 for 1, needing a further 289 runs to get on level terms with the West Indies Academy. And again, as we look back at yesterday, after they were put into bat, the Academy, well, they were tottering on 129 for 7. Then an amazing fight back. The last 3 wickets posted an additional 171 runs to get them to that 300 total, which represents a pretty good score when it's all said and done. Bowen Tuckett, 76 not out, batted very well, the wicketkeeper batsman. And of course, Lane, the fast bowler, turned all-rounder with a gutsy 63 being the last man out. And of course, Yannick Utley, 5 for 47, the top wicket taker for the CCC. But now it's all about, can they get these runs? As I say, good morning to Diana and DL, who we'll be hearing from in a little bit. But first, Anil Raja. Good morning to you.
Thank you very much, Ruskin Mark. Pleasant good morning to all our viewers here from the UWI Spec in St. Augustine. And as Ruskin pointed out, very, very interestingly poised this year's regional 4-day championship, because after the last round of matches we saw a couple upsets in that the leaders, Windward Island Volcanoes, they went down to the Red Force, so the point standings have changed a bit, but it is still very, very close. Just a couple points separate the first 4 teams. Volcanoes, they've got 67.4, Hurricanes 64.2, Scorpions 50.2, and the Barbados Pride 48. So it's very, very close at the top. So we expect over the next couple of days we'll have a clear picture as what is going to happen. But today here at the UE Spec, we expect to see another keen battle between these two teams. Even though they are at the bottom of the standings, these being developmental teams, we expect that there's going to be a keen tussle here. We saw a great fight back yesterday from the West Indies Academy, and we expect that the CCC would go down fighting as well, Ruskin.
Certainly is. Here's Naeem Young with the first ball of the second morning. Remember, it's 11 for 1. This is over number 6. So they faced 5 overs yesterday. The cutoff was 5:30 p.m. And they still had about 4 overs or so left over, but the umpires took them off, even though the light was still fairly good. But they opted to take the players off at that time. And this man looked very, very positive yesterday. He wants a second one. He will get it too. So Evelyn is off and running this morning. And no doubt, I think he will be carrying the bulk of the load here. I would expect him to do the heavy lifting. And Zishan Motara, the night watchman, in all honesty, Wing, he did shape fairly okay. He didn't look like he was in too much trouble. He missed a couple, but that was to be expected with a brand new ball. But in the main, what he had to play, he dealt with fairly competently. Here he goes again, not afraid to put bat to ball.
Well, obviously, Ruskin, if you are coming in as a night watchman in a first-class game, it's expected that you would have some level of competence with the bat. But he didn't look all that bad yesterday. No doubt they have sent him as the night watchman. But I was taken back a bit because there were quite a lot of overs remaining in the day's play when he was sent in as a night watchman. I personally don't believe too much in night watchmen. But if it's a couple overs, 2 to 3 maximum, you can take the chance and send a night watchman. But with 10 overs remaining, I was not going to send him.
And he is again, no interest there. So he I would imagine now the mindset has to be to support Evelyn for as long as you possibly can. You run the singles quickly, you read the game. If you know the 4th ball of the over is when he might need a single so he could get strike at the other end. You have to be ready to back up to get a quick single if it's on.
Yeah, well, yesterday he came in as a night watchman, but this morning he's a number 3. So he would have to bat as a number 3 batsman.
He is edging this one down to third man, and it goes for 4. And you know, yesterday we were talking about that, where the captains they took the man out of the slip.
Yeah.
And put him at that backward point position. Well, now he's a wide third man way down there. And the ball passed right where the third slip was.
Yeah, so that was a pretty bad move yesterday by the captain of
Especially with the night watchman and strike.
Yeah. I could agree with him putting the point on the boundary, because usually at point you don't get too many catches of the new ball. So if you put the point on the boundary to save the 4, I didn't see the reason to move out one of the slips and put him in cover as well. I mean, that was a defensive move. And you have 300 runs on the board. There's a night watchman in the wicket, and just a couple overs to go. Why go so defensive?
And now they've taken the man out of mid-wicket and put him in that third slip. And
well, he seems to have gotten a lot of confidence after that 4. He went for a big one there through square cover. Fortunate for him that he didn't get an edge to that one. So, good little start here for the CCC. Chasing a total of exactly 300. They were pretty watchful yesterday, being just a couple overs in the day's play remaining, but I expect today, once they get set, that they're going to play free cricket and play their shots. If a ball is there to be hit, they're supposed to be hitting it. You're not going to get 300 runs by just poking around.
so it's 18 for 1 after 6 overs. And Motara has gone up to 5. And Ashmead Ned, immediately they've decided that they want to get him into the attack. He's easily one of the more successful bowlers. But so too is the other star of the show, who has been taking most of their wickets throughout. So I'm surprised that they haven't actually gone to Bishop early, Joshua Bishop, but we'll see at what point they introduce him into the attack. But it is going to be Ned.
He's left-arm orthodox, Ashmead Ned. He's made a name for himself over the last couple of years, and he's been in around the setup, especially with the West Indies A team and these sort of teams. But here he is with the academy. He's coming from the southern end, left arm around the wicket. Very attacking feel indeed. There are 3 men around the bat in close catching position. There's a slip, there's a silly point and a forward short leg as well. There's also a very short mid-wicket and a short extra cover. So trying to put on a lot of pressure on the batsmen early in the set and in the going here.
I'm a little bit surprised though they didn't give Lane the ball, so unless they want to bring him from the top end. But probably because I felt he bowled well enough late yesterday that he probably deserved an opportunity just to get a ball early this morning.
Yeah, I'm taken back as well, seeing that they've started with a spinner this morning, Roskin. Always like the pacers to get the first shot at the batsmen early on. You know, if they're not having a good day, you can easily take them off.
Plus the fact that this is
a pretty new ball.
And not only that, too, it's
God.
A wicket that does keep a bit low at times. But we see that cut shot again. We saw so many batsmen get into trouble with that yesterday. A couple played it well, but a couple also got out trying to play it to the wrong length deliveries. So a quick over there from Ned. 18 for 1 at the end of it. I mean,
and the pacers yesterday for the academy, they didn't look all that bad. Naeem Young and Lane, they bowled with a bit of pace, and their line was good as well. So I'm a bit surprised that they didn't start with Lane.
and
That is a new ball. That's just the 8 over, is it?
He bowled it. They had 5 overs yesterday.
Yeah.
So he would have been bowling. He bowled 2 overs yesterday.
Yeah, only 7 overs
3 overs, yeah.
one.
Yeah. So I'm sure he would have been looking forward to getting that new ball again this morning. But the captain had other ideas. In fact, Young is going to continue from the top end with 3 slips now, plus a gully. And of course, this young man has a lot of potential. Remember, he's only 17 years old, Mutara. So he is learning on the job.
Well, he had a rough time yesterday with the ball. He didn't really get it right. And he was taken for a few boundaries as well, a couple of 6s in that as well. Oh my goodness.
He's playing shots that really at this point, unless the instruction was get what you can, you know, and just have a go and let's see how many you can get. But I think he has to understand the responsibility here now. Every run will count in a game like this, because when he gets out, it means you're exposing another batsman to have to come and start.
Well, he's been flashing outside off some a couple of times, feet not really moving, so technically he doesn't look all that sound to the quick bowlers to those deliveries outside off some. He's not getting close to the line of the ball. Seems to be fearing that cut shot. There's a man posted on the backward point boundary. Oh, that's well played.
He's going to get a couple here as well. They might look for a third one. It's not on. That's Lane coming across there.
Doesn't seem too interested in getting in line, Ruskin. Seemed to be backing away initially. If you look at him there, he's not getting that back foot back and across to the offside.
Yeah, I think
he probably hasn't faced this sort of bowling too often in his career. It's first year at the first class level, so you would expect that there'd be some butterflies as well. 3 slips, a gully. Ooh, and again, not getting in line there. Flirting with danger, really.
Yeah, he's getting inside the line, which is a kind of a cardinal sin.
Yeah.
When you're facing fast bowling.
Looks very tentative out there.
Plus, if you notice him there rehearsing that shot, he's as square as they come.
Yeah.
You know, so a short ball might cause him all kind of problems.
My goodness. Well, that one took off a bit there. A very strong off-sided field. 7 men on the offside, just 2 on the onside. With the 3 slips on the gully, there's a man at backward point. On the boundary, there's a normal cover and a mid-off. And on the onside, short mid-on and the deep fine leg. So a lot of room on the onside. If you can really play some shots on the onside, you'd pick up some runs. Here's Young. Wow.
But Young is bowling a decent line to him, keeping it more or less on that off stump, outside the off stump. It's the end of the over. 8 overs completed. It's 20 for 1.
I think they should be taking it a little closer to Motara. See if they can get that outside edge, because he's not getting near to the line of the ball, so you have to go close to him with it. Brilliant sunshine here at the UWI Spec in St. Augustine. Just as it was yesterday, it was a very hot day, but fortunately we had a pretty strong wind blowing almost all day. Let's hope that that wind can keep up, because it is very hot.
But that's the first thing that these players are going to recognize, is that it could sap energy very quickly.
Especially for the fast bowlers.
Yeah, and I think you'll start to see the 12th and 13th men coming on regularly with drinks. There's a one. This could be out. There's an inside edge. The umpire is... It looks the umpire is not sure. I'm not quite sure. He hasn't made a decision as yet.
Well, definitely there was an edge. We heard the 2 noises, but I think he's going to confer with square leg to confirm whether the catch was clean or not.
Yeah, I think the catch. I don't think the catch is in doubt. The question there is now giving him out. So it really was a a situation where he was driving. He was not to the pitch of the ball. He went driving, hit midway up the pad and the bat, and the ball spooned towards the man at forward short leg. A very simple catch. And that is the end of Evelyn for 13. 20 for 2.
Well, there's no doubt really whether he got bat onto it. It was clear that there was bat onto pad. I thought the man at Silly Point did excellently there to take that catch, because those catches are never really easy. But he stayed down, that was the key, and he was able to get the fingers under the ball before it touched the turf. So a very good early strike here for the West Indies Academy, and that's the fall of wicket number 2, and that's the man Evelyn. So the night watchman has survived his partner so far, and they're up against it now. The pressure is on really. 20 for 2.
So Sadiqi Henry is the new batsman. Another one of those talented youngsters who has a world of potential, but it's all about consistency at this level. So can he now put together another good batting display here? And Ned, of course, picking that early pepper. So the plan has worked for the West Indies Academy to bring the spinner on. Nice flight, and just a tease in delivery. Down the wicket he comes, and that's a good hit, because he got to the pitch of it and then just lifted it. Once he cleared the inner ring, it was always going to be 4 runs. So he's off the mark, Henry, in the most emphatic of fashions.
Yeah, well, no butterflies really. Immediately that ball was flighted, he was down the track. Let's see what he does here. He stands upright, and that ball keeps a bit low, Ruskin.
And that's the thing, once they play on the back foot, you run the risk of the bounce. If it doesn't bounce, then you're right in front.
Well, Henry has signaled his intentions from very early. The minute Ned gave that ball flight, he was down the track and going very hard at it.
So that completes another over there. Quick over from Ned. 24 for 2 at the end of it.
Well, that's one of the problems when you have a pace bowler operating with a spinner. The spinner finishes his over so quickly that the paceman doesn't get enough rest, Ruskin. I have known pace bowlers to complain about that. They have to go and tell the spinner, listen, you got to slow it down. You're bowling that over too quickly. I'm not getting enough rest.
Especially under conditions like these.
Yeah, it is very humid today.
Henry had a 73 in the game against the Leeward Islands, and he shaped very well in that game. Again, he's really trying to get everything that he can, and that went for 4. Actually, it went for 6.
Well, the umpire, he's now changed the signal.
Yep, I think it went all the way for 6 runs. So, I think that's the instruction. Take what you can, and let's see how many we could get.
Well, he was prepared to take on the short ball at this time. He wasn't really backing away. He was in line in it really, but it was so high that with the top edge and the pace of Naim Young, it took it all the way straight back past the wicket-keeper for 6. Well, it wasn't a very convincing shot, but nevertheless he got a maximum, so he wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, that pushes the score up to 31 now. Quickly. So they are trying to score fairly rapidly, and they're going to get the single as well. And that is that's part of I suppose, I don't know if that is the new trend, but Why is that, man? 4, especially for the night watchman. Why is he at backward point? You know, and that single was taken right there. So now he's off strike. You
Okay,
know,
yeah.
and
They're not trying to stop the single
they're
and
not
keep
trying
him
to
on
stop the
strike.
single at all to keep him on strike. You know, he's way. If you put him back there for maybe one of the frontline batsmen, you say okay, but it's a night watchman.
Yeah, you want him to be doing the facing.
Yeah. You have the 3 slips now. Don't give him any outlets at all. And again, I'm young.
But personally, I don't think I would have started with a point on the boundary this morning, Ruskin.
As I'm saying, you want to keep the pressure on.
Yeah,
as
you
much
got
as
to attack
possible.
in the first couple overs. I mean, you have 300 runs on the board. You've got batsmen who are not yet settled in. They have not faced any deliveries. And to me, that's setting field for a bad ball, really. The only ball you can get a batsman hitting down at backward point is a short, wide delivery. But I thought that they realized probably that Motara is playing a lot of cut shots. So it might probably travel all the way to him down on the point boundary because the ball is fairly new. Look how easily that one went way back over the wicketkeeper's head for 6. You got to make him play.
So you're
Probably
making-
the line of attack, Ruskin, would be pace on one end and spin on the other end because they're saving a lane, really. And they have a couple spinners on the side, so they might be operating with the spinners from the southern end and using the pacers at the top end here.
But that's because the wind is blowing across the ground. So if you have to hit across the line, you're going against this man. Talking about going against, he was driving. That one was coming into him, but he still couldn't catch up with it. And that completes another over. 31 for 2 now after 10.
Yeah, they're looking fairly loose out there, both batsmen. They're playing a lot of loose shots outside off, so there's always the possibility of a wicket can come any minute. I think that Naeem Young is bowling the right line, just outside off. That was a good bouncer as well that went over the over the wicketkeeper's head, off the top edge. I thought he had lined it up really well, but probably just a bit too short. You would like it just below the helmet area, but that one was over the batsman's head.
Yep, and that's the thing, because you recognize that the short ball could be effective against him. And you'll see what happens. Dom is the man at that silly point position. And this is going to be interesting here now with Motara taking strike against Ned.
Well, you would understand the line that he's going to bowl. He has no one behind square on the leg side. So his line of attack definitely is going to be middle and off, just outside off.
And I don't think I suppose if he's reading the game, I wouldn't believe he'd want to play the sweep shot anytime now, because Ned's line is
very good line.
Is very good at the moment. That is more like it, and you get room. And he's going to get a couple. He might actually get a boundary. It's running down the hill, and it's gone for 4. Now, the thing about that, though, is that it's almost as if he just jogged after the ball, Alain. Never looked like he wanted to catch up with the ball. And he was just running almost, I wouldn't want to say he was alongside the ball, but the ball just kept right in front of him there, and he could never catch up with it.
Well, he acted as an escort there, Ruskin.
But it was a good shot.
He escorted it to the boundary, really.
It was a good shot.
At no time did he attempt to increase his speed. He reminds me so much of a guy who used to play for Trinidad and Tobago years ago, the brother of Rafiq Jumadin, Sham Jumadin. We used to call him the escort.
Sham,
he used to escort balls down to the boundary. Ooh,
again, that cut shot is really, you have to be so certain that the ball is there for the cut shot. Look at him, he's on bended knees, and he still couldn't catch up with it. It kept very low.
Yeah, that kept very low. That should be a worrying sign here for the CCC. Ned is getting a lot of deliveries to keep very low there. We saw it yesterday from Yannick Otley. He had a lot of batsmen who were looking to make room to cut, and balls keeping low, and he was getting wickets with it as well.
So it's 35 for 2, 11 overs completed now, and Motara is up to 18, so he's carrying the fight to the academy. Siddiqui Henry is another peach of a delivery there from Young. So the wicket now is doing a little bit more. We've seen that one jumping at him. We saw one keep very low at the other end. So this is part of the...
Is that's Henry on strike or Motara?
That's Henry.
Okay,
Motara
right.
is
Motara is
number
at the
4.
non-strikers then, yeah.
But the thing with Henry, rather, is with the wicket, remember now, this wicket is the same wicket that was used last week. And it's been so dry that the preparation, even though you put preparation in, it's not going to last. It may not last the 4 days. And given the kind of weather we're having, you know, you're damn if you do, you're damn if you don't. Because if you put too much water in it, you might create a sticky dog for the first couple of days. And then you don't want to put too much water in it. And now, after the first day, when it dries out, you know, what is happening now is what you can get. Some will take off, and others will just shoot along the ground.
Wow.
And that's very well played, and that's 4 runs. Again, he's a very strong offside player, and evidence there to his liking.
Well, that was a very good shot because remember there's a backward point on the boundary and he had no chance really, and it was just a couple meters away from him. So that was very well timed. And his technique was good as well. He was coming out with the front foot and flowing with the bat, very high back lift and follow through. So that was a good shot there by Henry. He moves to 8. The other thing about the surface being that dry, Ruskin, I mean, even though you use preparation moisture, I mean, the entire area around the pitch is so dry, that is going to really draw most of the moisture from the playing area. So this is one of the reasons as well that the pitch dried off so quickly yesterday. I mean, you could have seen the color actually changing before your eyes. Yesterday, before the start of the match, it had a sort of darkish, reddish color. And in the space of half an hour, it started to look like it is looking now. Whitish, dry. The other thing is there's not a blade of grass on that surface.
Again, he looks so comfortable already, just having arrived at the crease. I'm sure he's familiar with the conditions here. Like I said, he played a really good hand with that 73 against the Leeward Islands. They were in trouble, and he was the one who started that rescue until the big hitters came later on and finished the job, so to speak.
Well, I like how the point standings have fluctuated after the last round of matches. Yeah, he's young. Oh, that's well played.
That's another productive shot. They might get a second one. They may
That
push
should
for a
be
third.
three.
They're
That
going to have
should be
to hurry,
three.
and they will get it. I don't think Murata was interested, but again, Siddiqui Henry literally had to force him to go back for that third run, and he got it quite comfortably in the end. That also ends the over. 12 completed, and it's 42 for 2.
That was a very good shot there by Henry. Over pitch on the legs, and he turned the bat quite nicely on it and kept it on the ground as well. Through mid-wicket and picked up 3 runs. I can't understand why Motara, was reluctant for the third run. He was going to the safe end, and Henry actually had to beg him to go for that third run.
Again, like I said, he's learning on the job. So he now is kind of figure out how to judge, because the ball is so close to the boundary. So he would understand you could actually take a run on the throw.
Of course, and he's going way down to the fire, and there's no way he can get run out of that then.
But he shouldn't. Anyway.
That reminds me of our favorite leg spinner, Ganesh Mahabir. You know. Patterson was bowling on one end, and Harold Joe glided one down to fine leg, the easiest single in the game, Ruskin. And when Harold called Ganesh for the single, Ganesh, he put up his hand like a traffic policeman, and he said, "Wait." So Harold Joe was asking him, "Wait for what?" He said, "That man down there got a good arm."
Let's have a look.
He said, "That man have a good arm, Joe."
What a character. Oh, my word. And this time he's very alert. And this is what I was saying. If he continues to do this, you know, run when there's a chance of a quick single, and because he is really the baby of the bunch, so you know, he basically following the instructions of, you know, his more senior players, and once he does that and they judge singles properly, he could be a real thorn in the sides here, because he seems capable, especially against the spinners. Where I think he runs into problems is when he gets ambitious with his stroke play, and starts to attempt shots that are not there.
Well, they're being a lot more watchful now. We saw them play a lot of iffy shots.
Yep, early on.
Yeah, a lot of misses, but they seem to have settled in there and looking at the ball a lot more closely. Not taking too many chances.
And again, Ned varying his pace there quite nicely, and he's got through another over rather quickly. 43 for 2 now after 13. 18 to Motara, 12 to Henry.
Yeah, let me just give you a little rundown with the point standings. Windward Island Volcanoes, after losing that fourth round match against the TNT Red Force, they had a pretty big lead. They have dropped the points at the top, and the Leeward Island Hurricanes, they have closed in. Volcanoes, they are 67.4, and the Hurricanes are 64.2. The Scorpions, they had 2 wins. Last game they won outright, and they have moved up to 50.2 in the point standings. Barbados Pride 48.2, Red Force 47.2, and Happy Eagles 46.2. The Academy and CCC, they are floundering at the bottom of the standings. Academy on 30.8 and CCC just 19.8 points. So both of teams here would be desperately looking for an outright victory here. Well, it's going to be Lane here,
Yep.
this top end.
Yeah, this would be their first victory if the CCC was to achieve it. They came close against the Leeward Islands.
Yeah.
They actually had the Leeward Islands in a bit of strife, and they let him go. Academy has one already, so they have a victory under their belts. So I think they would be looking to add another one.
Well, Lane should be brimming with confidence because he came in at number 11 yesterday when his side were in real trouble. And he scored a blistering 50, Ruskin. Or 60 odd?
63.
63.
Was the last man out.
Yeah. So he would have some confidence going with him. I was a bit impressed with him yesterday in the couple overs that I saw him bowl. He's a pretty tall lad. And as you were mentioning, he needs to arch that back a little more on the delivery stride. He's bowling with a very upright back.
You know, but
Needs
and
to
I
get
think
in
he
the coil.
He patterns himself probably a little bit like Ambrose. But the thing with Ambrose, because Ambrose's hand was so high up, the back almost automatically arched because he carried it up high.
Yeah.
And
Well, the
was
top
able-
arm would help you send the back
Yep.
back as well.
So even though Ambrose didn't really lean back, say like a Jeff Thompson did, he still got that arching because the shoulder went this way.
The other thing about him is I think that his front hand is coming down just a bit too quickly. He's not keeping it up long enough. But I like his action. I like his running. And he's very tall. He's a young guy as well, so he can put on some muscle
I don't know if you remember.
and some
I
pace.
don't know if you remember a fast bowler from South Trinidad called Remy.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Remy.
So he reminds me a bit of Remy. In fact, I spoke to Remy not too long ago. He's a trade union person, well, in the credit union as well. And so I was speaking to him. He said, "No, I'm not quite sure what it is the batsman is looking at now. There might be a hole, some kind of divot on the wicket that the umpires and the batsman is lamenting. And so the two umpires are there having that discussion. So I don't know if it's where the bowler is following through or what it is, but there is a big discussion taking place there. And now we're looking at Henry coming down the wicket to
Looks like something on the pitch.
yeah, the interesting thing with that is Motara was no part of the discussion. He said, I'm not even getting involved in that. And this is a tough start for Lane because he's either too wide outside the off stump or a couple down the leg side as he tries to adjust. And I remember he bowled yesterday from the southern end, and he was right on spot. In fact, it's he who got that early breakthrough and he got rid of Kamil Puran, LBW, for no score.
I thought that was a pretty soft dismissal, Ruskin. I didn't see too much in that delivery. I don't know how Kamil Puran was shuffling in front of the stump and not getting the bat to the ball.
And this time
He actually looked as he allowed that ball to come in and hit him on the front part while he was in front of the wicket. I don't know if it was nervousness or what.
It
But
probably is, and I remember sometimes too the bat is where the bat is coming from. Sometimes the bat comes from such a bad angle just to bring it in line. It means the bat has to do this whole big circle as opposed to just picking it up
he looked a bit too casual to me,
and
really.
bringing it forward.
I don't think there was enough intensity there to make sure that you get the bat onto the ball.
That's more like it from Lane as he completes his first over of the morning. At the end of it, it's 43 for 2.
Okay, Ruskin, I'll make room for the former Trinidad and Tobago middle order batsman, Ryan Dial.
Dinner and Diaz
Have a good knock, Dale.
replaces Anil Raja. As we see Ned is about to continue, it looks like, at the southern end. Big discussion though, as they probably try to fashion another breakthrough here because they probably felt that with the night watchman sticking around and scoring runs, that's not what the doctor ordered for them. As I say good morning to Dinarain.
A blessed morning to the listeners. I also want to wish the young children who are writing their CA today all the best.
I know you're just fresh from India. Funny enough, you come just when the IPL is about to start. And this time he might get a single. They decide against it. And a little bit of yes, no. But I suppose if you're not sure, then don't run. But there might have been a single there.
I think this morning the night watchman is looking very good. As Raja said, he's a number 3 batsman today. I think what I observe, I think Ned is bowling both batsmen the same speed of the ball. He's not even. I think he should be trying to slow up the ball to the night watchman a bit.
Encourage him to probably play that big lofted drive that Henry did earlier.
I must say, Henry does impress me with his driving of the ball.
So it's going to be interesting. It's a long day ahead of us because the conditions are so good for cricket. Yeah, he is on that back foot again, and that's. I'm not quite sure if players, when they sit in the pavilion and observe what is happening in the middle, or even for these players who were on the field yesterday and even who played in the game last week, this wicket is a difficult wicket to cut on. And time and again, we see batsmen going back on the back foot or trying to make room to cut and, put themselves in difficulty. He almost gave it away there.
I think they are trying to cut the ball off the wicket, not when the ball is away from the wicket.
It certainly is a dangerous ploy. You don't want to cut it off the stumps. If anything, let it turn, but I don't think he's getting much turn. And that is probably part of the problem. The arm ball, which is similar to what we saw yesterday from Otley, the arm ball was really the danger ball. That completes another over, another quick over. I want to say quick in terms of time. From net, it's 15 gone, it's 43 for 2, another maiden.
I think the both batsmen are really doing well for the CCC after losing an early wicket this morning.
Yeah, it's about patience here now and picking your spots. You don't just want to go willy-nilly and try to play, every shot in the book, which is what I thought Motara was doing when he first came in. He just seemed to want to cut everything and throw the bat at it. Now he looks so much more responsible with his batting, and he did play a good hand as well in that first innings when they were when they were doing their recovery, when they were in the middle of that recovery. He played a good hand, got into double figures there as well. He's on 18, but he's at the non-strikers end now. Henry is on 12.
I think at this stage, any night watchman still there on 18 is beneficial to the team, and he's doing his job.
Not only is he doing his job, he's frustrating the the fielding team, because they must have been thinking by now, he would have been gone, and they would be, operating at one of the frontline batsmen. But as it is right now, he's holding up his end, and they're going to get a leg by. I don't think there's any bat in that one. But I know you just came back from the Masters World Cup, if it's called that.
Yeah.
And what was that experience like in India? Was it in Chennai?
Chennai. It was amazing. At this level, the level of players still, performing, and the way the cricket was played. I really thought it would have been
Tough cricket.
Yeah, I thought it would have been a little easier.
You thought it was primary school cricket you're going to play?
I think the Australians were very professional in their way.
I always tell people I love the way Australians play sport, because I say if an Australian pitching marble, it'd be like a World Cup.
If you see them warm up in the morning.
That's what I'm saying, because they know what they want out of what they do, and that's how they do all their sports.
I think West Indies, we did well we placed 11th in the first World Cup, and we came 5th this World Cup.
After this delivery, you'll tell me who else participated with you. And he's edging, and it's dropped. Well.
Straight through his hands.
And I think to add insult to injury, it's gone for 4. It went right through his hands, and he had it, and then he didn't. And that you don't want that, because not only have you given him a life, but he keeps adding runs. He's up to 22 now.
That was a straightforward slip catch.
Clearly, they have to. I'm not sure, because yesterday we had one similar. Well, wasn't that quick, but it was low down, and it wasn't taken. It was a simple catch. It just dropped in and out of his hands. So I don't know if that end they're having difficulty picking up the ball at that end, or what. But that really should have been taken at this level.
At this heat and this humidity, when a fast bowler running and bowling, a man drop that catch is very hard.
Yeah, and think of what Lane is feeling now.
And he's working up some pace here.
Yep. And the man they dropped yesterday was Bowen Tuckett, who ended up top scoring with 76 not out, and he was dropped on 14. So, and that's at the point when they already had 7 wickets down, so they were looking now to run through the tail Had they taken that wicket at that point, who knows? That this 300 might not have been on the board.
I must say, even though they lose an early wicket, the CCC is scoring very quickly this morning.
And I think that is where he's probably most comfortable, if it's on his legs, you know, not lifting too much. If it's climbing at him, I feel he's going to have difficulty negotiating those short balls. But I'm yet to see Lane produce a really good short ball at him.
I think he's looking better and better as every ball goes by. The night watchman, Mutara.
Yep. Again, just drifting down that leg side and forcing a good take there from Bowen Tuckett. It's the end of the over. Another one completed. It's 48 for 2 now after 16. So we were talking a little bit about the World Cup. You talk about the West Indies team. Who are some of the other players who played with you?
We had Emerson Jordan from Barbados, Seals from Barbados, myself, Richard Siuchan from Trinidad. We had Zamin from Guyana, and a couple of other guys. But it was a wonderful tournament, and I think it was nice to see, you know, the older people, well, I have to say older people, veterans, come out and play. But the level of the cricket was, for over 60 was very high.
Well, that's good because, well, it just shows that, you know, some of that skill don't leave you. You might be able to execute it at the speed at which you used to, but once you know what you're doing, it doesn't really leave you that much. Ned is back into the attack.
I would like to see Ned at Bolton Mutara, the night watchman, a little slower.
He's at the non-strikers end. He's dealing with Henry now. And that's a good delivery. A little bit of bounce there for him. Henry was way out in front and the ball took a while to get there. That looked like it stopped a bit in the wicket.
Yes, it did.
48 for 2 now.
I must say Ned this morning has been on a length from day one. He hasn't moved from that spot.
He really is. He's a sort of miserly bowler. He doesn't give too much away, and he doesn't concede too many runs either. He's spot on, and hence the reason why he gets through his overs so quickly, because the ball is always in and around the square.
As Anil Raja was really saying that, you know, when he finished so quickly, the fast bowler has to get back in less than 2 minutes back.
Yep, he's getting through his overs rather quickly. Again, can't get it away.
And he's even bowling without a mid-off too.
He has a long off right out on the boundary. But he's not, he's not committing to that, to flighting it too much, especially against Henry. That completes the over. 17 gone. It's 48 for 2. And one of the things that that Dinarain isn't saying to you folks is that he was the top run scorer for the West Indies or for the tournament?
West Indies.
For the West Indies.
He was voted the best batsman.
For the West Indies, and was also voted as the best batsman and the tournament MVP.
The tournament actually was highly contested. A lot of 300 runs scored in that tournament. India went 300, I think, on twice. New Zealand, Australia, England.
You played 50 overs.
45.
And again, Mutara doing his part here, just getting off strike. And this was the thing I was asking Raja about that last night. Some schools of thought is the night watchman faces most of the deliveries when he comes in at night. Now the rules kind of reverse. His role now is to probably just get off strike as much as possible and let the frontline batsman do the heavy lifting.
Well, when he comes in as night watchman, his duty is to save the batsman. Today he's a batsman. But he's doing his job fairly good and scoring runs at will.
That's well played. That's very
Lovely
well
shot.
played. And he might get a couple. I don't think he's going to get a boundary. And just the 2 runs in it. But again, you could see Henry very relaxed. That brings up the 50 as well. So 51 for 2 now. Henry goes to 14. And Matara is on 22.
Shows that Henry's a very strong front foot player. He's driving that ball sweetly on the front foot.
A bit of bounce there, and you expect that from a tall man like Lean.
Comes from a very high action though.
It's all there, and you know, that's probably what this tournament, to me, this is probably the best part of a tournament like this with these 2 teams participating, because a lot of these youngsters who otherwise may not be playing for their respective national teams, they get a chance here to showcase their talents and to hone their skills. And who's to say 1 or 2 of them, based on this exposure, you know, don't kind of climb the ladder and before too long are playing, you know, on a senior West Indies team.
Well, if my memory serves me well, I think 1 or 2 guys, I think Carlos Braffett and Jason Hula came through the CCC ranks. So that is
Joshua
excellent.
De Silva was part of the CCC at one point. That's very well played again.
If my memory serves me right, I think Shamara Brooks too.
So we saw some good batting yesterday. We saw, even though a couple of the batsmen sort of gave it away, but we did see a lot of batsmen shape nicely. And it was really a question of them carrying on. And I probably missed out there. Another delivery lined down the leg side. Luckily, he didn't get a little tickle on it to deflect it away. That completes another lane over. It's 51 for 2 now after 18.
CCC going on fairly well this morning. Just a loss of 1 wicket. They added about 47 runs this morning.
There were 11.
So 40 runs this morning.
There's 40 runs this morning for 1 wicket. I'm sure you'll take that. And what I think is critical here now for the academy, they need to work out how they're going to try to get this wicket, in the sense that it makes no sense just run up and bowl to Henry and he faces 3-4 deliveries and then he peels off a single and you only get 1 at Morata. You know, you probably want to get him on strike a lot more and try to price him out and then expose another new batsman at this time.
That's correct. I said they have brought the mid off shorter now.
So yeah, Matara. He's going for the drive. He's not afraid to put back the ball when you pitch it up at him.
I must say he's looking good as a batsman.
Yeah, against his spinners, of course, he seems fearless. The quicker stuff might cause him a little anxiety at times, especially if the ball is jumping at him. This time he's cutting and cutting beautifully. It's going to run. It may not have the legs to get to the boundary, and he's going to get 2. And I think 2 is all there is. They could have probably run the runs a little bit quicker, but I think Henry was content with 2.
He waited on it and cut it late.
It's a shot he has attempted before and didn't make contact with it. But it's a risky shot on this surface because some of them keep very low.
As you rightly said, you know, they have to work a plan how to get a wicket here. The wicket seems to be a little more flatter now.
Yeah, it is fairly easy paced. The variable bounce is probably the biggest headache now.
I think that's what they will help them. The bounce. I can't see any ball turning here.
Yeah, it's not turning at all. Not turning much at all. So it's really about trying to get to the pitch of the ball.
And with these youngsters, you know, this is where they have to learn from, you know, at this stage here.
Yeah, that ends another over. He remains on 25, Motara, 14 to Henry. It's 53 for 2 now after 19.
This is where they have to come up with a plan, you know, as growing into the game, because they will run into this on more occasion. I think the CCC is scored by Floyd Reefer.
Yep.
Good coach.
Yep, you also have Pedro Collins as part of the unit. You know, and we also see Keno Mason is also part of the West Indies setup, and so it's a lot of former players.
Good people around them. So
when you have somebody like a Floyd Reefer and a Keno Mason, men who are really just, you know, they know how to fight. You know, they come in with grit and determination. That's how they play their cricket at all time. You know, you put a heavy price on your wicket, and you basically try to fight through situations. That one kept very low, and he's not playing a shot. It might have struck him outside the off stump, and that's probably the only thing that saved him there. But that one kept very low indeed. So that's dangerous.
Just jack back slightly.
Yep. Warrell and others in the slip corner were very confident.
You know, they're consistently keeping this deep cover point, and I see 1 or 2 balls for this morning when they.
So they have the 2 slips and the gully. And they're going to get the single comfortably. They might go back for the second one. He's going to have to hurry, and he does, and that's good running again. Very, very aggressive running. And despite the best efforts of that same fielder you're talking about down at that backward point position.
The ball.
Yep. The batsmen are still able to come back, and give Motara credit. There was no hesitation this time. As soon as he touched down, he knew he was going to go back for the second run.
Must say Henry looks really good this morning. He's playing almost all the balls on his front foot, which is good.
A nice line again from Lane.
Working up some pace.
The thing is, you know he's going to get stronger. You know, he can get bigger, he can get stronger. And of course his fitness levels could go up. And you know, so when he does that and he understands a little bit more about fast bowling, about setting up batsmen and proper use of the new ball and what have you, when you add all those pieces, you know, he could become a really outstanding bowler.
When you're constantly playing at this level, you're going to improve.
Yep. You know, and that's the thing. That's why when our top players were playing in England. That's how they improved so quickly. And that's another great drive. This could be 4 more, and it's going to be a long chase out there.
Well fielded.
It might have gone for 4 runs. I'm not sure. He didn't signal. And so I think they will settle for the 2 runs. Or is he signaling now? No, I think he will settle for the 2 runs. But that was a big chase out there. But again, Henry coming onto that front foot and squeezing it into the gap. So he's forcing Naeem Young now to try to plug that gap because they recognize how potent he is in scoring through the offside. So apart from having the man on the boundary at point, they have 2 slips and a gully. Now they have a cover, a short extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside. So
7 men on the offside now.
So Henry keeping it cool. That completes the over. 57 for 2 now after 20.
I think the bowlers have to find a way to to attack this batsman a little more to produce a wicket. I was just earlier saying that I think Ned should be flighting the ball a little slower to the night watchman. Ask him to go over the top.
Yeah, he looks like he wants to get out there and play that lofted drive. I suppose the fear that Ned and Naeem Young is that he throws the bat at it so hard that if he connects, he's going to clear everybody with relative ease. He already hit a 6 this morning, and so he's obviously a man who is not afraid.
That's it. They're now sending back the long off deep.
Yep. So I think that might be the plan here now. Maybe just give it a little more air while he's coming in. They're 3/4 of the way. That hit the ground from a mile away. I'm not quite sure what they're appealing at that point.
Keep over the middle of his bat.
Yeah. And not only that, it went down.
Down on the ground, yeah.
And Dorman and Tuckett.
But a huge total of 300 runs in first inning. I think they could afford to give the ball some air with him.
Yeah, because you're striving for a wicket here, and you can still use the quicker one as a surprise element. And in the main, you want to keep him now. This is probably what he wants. He wants to get a chance to bowl maybe 6 deliveries at him. See if you could prize him out by mixing it up a little bit. Forward short leg and a silly mid-off. But again, doing very well is
excellent.
Mutara.
He's on 25.
Yep.
From 56 deliveries.
Yeah, he's occupying the crease and he's using up a lot of balls. He's forcing Ned to bowl a lot at him, and that also is taking something away from Ned. Ned probably would have much preferred to be bowling some of these deliveries at some of the other batsmen. And there he goes again. That's a good shot. And this 2 could run. That's going to run away for 4 runs. He's not going to catch that one. And here he is again on the back foot. And he just punched it. James had no chance. Again, James was kind of running alongside the ball until it started to ease away from him and ran into that deep point boundary for 4 runs. So that's the end of 21 overs, 61 for 2 now as the players get some refreshments.
Again, Mutara just using the pace of the ball off his back foot and hitting it through cover. Run away quickly to the boundary.
as we welcome you back here, the players have had a little bit of a refreshment. So far, so good for the CCC. They resumed this morning at 11 for 1, and they've now progressed to 61 for 2. Of course, with the young man, Zishan Motara, showing solid resistance here. I remember he scored 30 in his last knock against the Leeward Islands, and here he is now on 25 against the West Indies Academy, showing that he does have a little bit of ability with the bat and holding his end of the bargain. As a welcome back, Anil Raja.
Thank you very much, Ruskin. Well, you can say that the exchanges were even in the first hour's play. CCC adding 50 runs and losing 1 wicket in the process. But we're looking at the fast bowling of Lane, very tall 6-footer. He has a pretty decent run up to the wicket, a lot of urgency in his approach to the stump. Pretty good action as well. So even Stevens so far, Ruskin?
It is, and you know, you always say, look at your situation, just add a wicket and see if you still like your situation.
A wicket or 2.
Yep. And see if you're still, you know, as comfortable as you are now. But the other way to look at it, of course, is you're building here now. As a batting unit, you're thinking, you know, if we can maybe get this to 100 without losing any other wickets, or if you have to lose a wicket, then you figure, okay, we sacrifice the night watchman. But Henry must be able to carry on and really push on towards a big score. You know, like I said, he got 73 in the last game. I'm sure he must be thinking he enjoyed that. So, you know, let's see if we could do it again. And that's all the coaches, I think, are asking these players for, you know, show some consistency.
Well, they've settled in quite nicely now and don't seem to be in too much problems. Even though Motara had a life at slip, he's gone on and he's gone to 29 or 58 deliveries, while Henry, who started with a flurry of shots, he's on 18 of 46, is it? Yes, yep. 18 of 46 deliveries. So they have all rights to continue now, Ruskin, in that they have survived the first hour.
And they're using up quite a number of deliveries. He's going to go back for a second run. Yes, it's on, and they'll get it too. And they might get more.
Oh, yeah,
in fact, they're going for 4 overthrows. Well, that's a rule. That's in the park 6, because they were going back for the second run.
Well, that was very poor cricket from the man at mid-off, who was not really backing up.
Joshua James came in, picked up the ball, and you know James is a strong man. He was trying to run out Motara at the non-striker's end, missed everything, and the backing up wasn't the best.
No, that was very poor indeed.
Even the bowler never got behind the stumps. Nobody got behind the stumps.
Man had showed me the wicket as well. There were 3 persons who could have backed up that throw from James, and none of them were in position. So that's poor cricket there. That's 4 extra runs.
And that was Naeem Young. That was at mid-off there.
So they ended up getting 6 runs in that shot, actually.
He's another little bit of a lifter there, and you would find that from Lane. He would get 1 or 2 to jump at you.
Yeah, he's coming from very high up, Lane.
And when you consider Rajat, Trinidad and Tobago picked up 3 late wickets, but they can't get a wicket this morning. Barbados 142 for 4 now.
Well, they can't afford to let the Barbados Pride get too much of a big lead, because then their backs would be to the wall, and they need points desperately as well, the TNT Red Force, because they are floundering somewhere number 6 in the point standings. I thought they did an excellent job to really get back in the game yesterday, because they, at one stage, they had lost quite a number of wickets and they just had about 87 runs on the board for 6 or 7 wickets.
Well, it's 68 for 2 now at the end of the over. 22 overs completed now. But if you think Trinidad and Tobago are having difficulty, spare a thought for the Windward Islands. They lost the Red Force in the last time out against the Guyana Happy Eagles, who made 308. The Windward Islands are 45 for 5.
Wow. Well, they lost 5 wickets in that hour, Ruskin, because overnight they were 12 without loss, and they are title contenders, so that would mean that the tournament would be very wide open after this round of the 5th round of matches.
So Joshua Bishop it is who is going to take up the attack from the southern end. So Ned is going to get a breather. Bishop has been consistently among the wickets, bowling a similar thing to Ned. And well played again by Henry. He just sort of, it's almost a shot you see in wind ball cricket. He just helped it on its way and picks up a bounty down to fine leg.
Yeah, it was a half paddle, half sweep sort of shot there from Henry, but he played it excellently. He timed it well, and he rolled the wrist on the shot, and he got it so fine indeed that the man at backward square leg didn't even bother trying to cut that off. It ran very fine, and that was downhill, so it actually sped to the boundary there. So a good shot there from Henry, and that takes him on to 26.
Well, it should be 72 for 2 now, and that is a 50-run partnership. Here he goes again, trying to get it, and he's giving him out. He hit it, and he probably hit it onto the boot of the wicketkeeper, or somehow the ball spooned in the air, and a simple catch had slipped there to Teddy Bishop. So Joshua Bishop gets the breakthrough, and would you believe Sadiqi Henry goes to 26?
Well, from here it appears as though he attempted a similar shot to the previous delivery when he swept it very fine, and it appeared as though the ball hit the back of the bat and just lobbed to the man at slip. So that was a very unfortunate way to get out, and that delivery certainly didn't deserve a wicket, but I thought he played just a bit too early, and the ball hit in the back of the bat and lobbed into the man at slip. Very, very simple catch indeed. So that's the fall of wicket number 3, and the second for the morning with the score on 69. So this is a good strike here by the academy. They were toiling a while ago because they had only picked up 1 wicket in the first hour's play, but on the resumption immediately, the new spinner who has come on, Joshua Bishop, he has done the job by removing Sadiqi Henry.
Shama Brooks is the new batsman, and he has been having a tough time getting starts, and I'm sure he'll be hoping to maybe produce something for his team here. I think the other batsmen look up to him, and they will really like to see him come good with the bat today.
Another keen battle is taking place over in Jamaica there at Sabina Park, where the Jamaica Scorpions, they had reached 173 for 6 yesterday in a rain-affected first day. So they would be resuming this morning on 173 for 6. Those two teams are really in contention as well, because the Hurricanes are in 2nd position and the Scorpions are in the 3rd. So hopefully that they would get all the play in and would not be affected by the rain, or the rain would not affect the outcome of the match. So a lot of interest in the tournament this year.
So Shama Brooks has arrived at the crease, and I'm sure this is the wicket that they are probably most interested in right now, to see if they could remove him cheaply.
Well, he would be the most senior of the batsmen on this CCC team. Shama Brooks, of course, he's had international experience. He represented the West Indies at the highest level. He's been brought in as the captain of the CCC team to add some experience and try to help guide the youngsters. But are they going to need him to stay out there for a pretty long time?
I suppose what they say, one of the ways to lead is by example. And, so I'm sure he himself must be thinking, if he got some runs, could give the other batsmen confidence as well.
Well, he's got his work cut out because they trail by 228 runs. And that means he would have to bat probably most of the day if they are to get close to that total. That's the end of the over there, and at the end of that over, CCC are 72 for 3. New batsman Shamar Brooks, he just got off the mark, he's on 1. And Zishan Motara is on 29.
And batting well. He's faced 60 balls already.
Well, he looked very much at home to the spinners, Roskin. He was a bit shaky when they started, and the pacer, Naim Young, was bowling to him. He was playing some airy-fairy shots outside off stump. He was fortunate that he didn't get an edge to any of those shots that he missed. But he is settling quite nicely, and he's looking like the batsman that should be batting at 3.
Well, he's certainly doing his part. Kadim Alin is taking up the attack now.
Well, like they're sticking to their plan of using the pacers at the top end here and the spinners at the southern end.
You know what might have been an option was to bring Ned from this end and try and see if he could get anything off the wicket, because some deliveries at that end also keeping, there's variable bunks at that end as well. But they're going for Alin.
Yeah, I quite agree with you, Roskin. I like to see captains switching the bowlers around. I mean, if you have a bowler bowling at one end and he's not really being successful, or he's bowled quite a few overs from that end and didn't really pick up any wickets, I don't see anything wrong in bringing him at the other end. Most of the times they take the bowler off the attack and they don't bring him back after a very long period. I mean, if you bowl from one end and you switch to the other end, you come as a new bowler to the batsman. I mean, you come in from a different end, you probably would bowl at different angles. So I like to see captains switching the bowlers around and trying them from other ends. A lot of captains have the belief that the leg spinner has to bowl with the wind and come from the southern end, and the off spinner bowl from the top end, the northern end. All that probably, is you can try things in the game.
Yeah, it's one theory, and it's what works. And because he has the time now, he could experiment with that. If it doesn't work, well, then you go back, you have plan B and plan C, as the case may be. But generally, the idea is to keep
trying new things.
Yeah, keep the pressure on. And all the time you're trying to take wickets or limit scoring, or both. And if Ned is you're one of your best bowlers, you want to give him every opportunity to do that. Another comfortable single. And Shamar Brooks, again, very, very stylish batsman. Seems so much at ease at the wicket.
Aline has got a man posted at the square leg boundary, and there's also a man on the fine leg boundary. So I don't know if he has intentions of wanting to stick in a couple short pitch deliveries, Roskin.
He could, because
let them go for the hook shot.
I'm sure he will, and he will probably take him up on it as well. But I was just curious to know what that conversation would have been like between Brooks and Motara. And there is the short ball.
Yeah. Well, having said that, I saw the man from square leg came a lot more around. Yeah, he came almost to mid-wicket on the boundary.
Which is surprising, but they probably feel he's probably going to hit it so early that it's going to go forward a square, when in reality It might very well be going backward or square because
Yeah.
he doesn't seem to get in the right position to make the hook shot.
Well, placing that fieldsman really, the man who would be at backward square leg is a hit and miss. You know, you really don't know which part the batsman is really going to hit that ball. It depends on the pace of the bowler as well. You know, you would have him
So
more
no
behind
ball.
square to the quicker bowler, and the slower bowler he probably would be more in front of square.
So that was a no ball. It was a good delivery.
Yeah.
Shamar Brooks surprised by it. That one really took off. And again, Kadeem Allen is a big, strong fella, built like a bodybuilder. More of the
I'd have to see a bit
Patrick
more of him.
Patterson.
I'd have to see a bit more of him to judge whether he's quicker than Lane and Naeem Young. This is just his first couple of deliveries, so he probably is not as warm as he would like to be.
He's so fast, he's actually destroyed the number on his shirt.
He's a big guy, really. No,
Hands go up in the air.
not a lot of pace on that delivery.
And we had, well, we see all the batsmen now are looking at the wicket. I'm not quite sure what is happening with the wicket. And even the umpires now are looking at that front foot region. Last week they had to bring the rammer on almost every other over to
The foothold.
now they've done a good job with it so far. But I want to believe as it gets drier and drier and bowlers run through it, they're probably going to dig up that hole again.
But looking at it on the screen from here, Ruskin, I don't see a lot wrong with the pitch in the middle of the pitch, really.
We see what happens. The end of the over, it's 76 for 3 at the end of it.
There's the bowling stats for you.
Okay, each Ned, Bishop and Lean.
Those are the bowlers to pick up wickets. Very quiet day here at the UWI Spec. Not a lot of spectators in. Thought they have wasted a good opportunity to come and see some first-class cricket. Entrance fee is free, and it's a beautiful setting here at UWI Spec in St. Augustine.
You know, that's the question of the century is how do you get spectators to come and watch regional cricket? Now, of course, if Trinidad is playing, you likely will get people coming to see the Trinidad and Tobago players.
But even that, Ruskin, even the home team, when they're at home, there's not a lot of people really looking at the cricket. I mean, the spectators you see are probably people who are directly connected to the players. I think previously the Oval would have quite a lot of people for regional cricket.
Especially when you have big names even on the opposing team, you know, like a Barbados Trinidad game would draw, you know, a lot of people who coming to see Gordon Greenidge, Desmond Haynes, you name it, coming to see them play. And it's a similar thing, you know, if you have Brian Lara batting, you know, people even work. They want to come and see Lara bat. But now, because you don't have that kind of personality, you know, they're not inclined to want to leave. And most people would probably, they won't take time off from work to come and watch this. But if you had a T20 game in the night, like you have with CPL, you know, that's more fun. That's a good shot, but not enough power.
Well, that's one of the other reasons as well for spectators falling off. I think the duration of the game, Ruskin. The day's play is really long.
It's a full day.
Yeah, it's a full day. It's almost 8 hours if you check the intervals and the playing time, really.
Another quick over there from Joshua Bishop. He has 1 for 5 and 76 for 3 at the end of that over. Another maiden. So Alain is going to continue. Shamar Brooks really does look a real picture when he's batting. It's probably one of the prettiest sights to see in cricket when people like himself, Lawrence Rowe, Carl Hooper, maybe a Greg Chappell, somebody, when they start about David Gower, everything looks so effortless.
Yeah, those are elegant players you've called there. Make batting look so easy, and here's Brooks just turning this one on the onside. Good timing in that shot. It sped down to the man at forward square leg on the boundary. Well, Mortaro has justified the
night watchman.
Yeah, position. Yes, he has justified it.
He's probably
So
telling them.
I think
He's probably saying, "I need to move up the order."
Yeah, well, they've made a good decision in selecting Mortaro really as a night watchman. As I said this morning, he's no longer a night watchman, he's the number 3. And he's responded quite well. 30 he's on.
And that's a no ball.
Yeah. And even though he started shakily this morning, Ruskin, to the fast bowlers, he has not really shown that, he bar the catch that went down to slip. He's looked pretty solid otherwise.
Well, he like I said, when I saw him last week, and I watched the way he played, he got 30 in the second innings of that game. He's 30 here, So for a 17-year-old playing at the regional level, if you could consistently score 30s or even get into double figures on a regular basis, batting at 9-10 jack, as we say, I'm sure it's going to do his confidence a world of good. And that's very well played. That too could run away. It may not have the legs to get to the boundary, but he could get a third run if he runs quickly. And in fact, they will go back for the third. Naim Young had to give chase.
Naim Young himself didn't look too interested in really chasing that ball with too much speed.
He was hoping that
he was hoping that it crossed the boundary line, really.
It's hot,
Yeah,
Raj,
and he just came off a spell of fast bowling.
Everybody want to conserve energy. 81 for 3 now.
Ooh.
Just a little badly lined, but again, you could see the ball
That
taking
one
off.
took off.
Yep.
Had some pace as well, but the line wasn't good. He's got a 5-4 feel, Aline, so basically he should be bowling on the stumps. Always give yourself the chance of getting a batsman in the two most common dismissals, LBW and bowled. You got to be bowling on the stumps to get any of those two dismissals. That's well played.
Again, he has all the shots. Shamar Brooks, very competent batsman, but like I said, he's had a rough time of it, and so I think he just needs to spend time out in the middle. And once he's able to do that, I'm sure the runs will come. But when you look at Kadeem Alain walking back there, I'm thinking he probably, if he was living in the States, they probably have him playing American football or something. He might be a linebacker or somebody looking to crunch quarterbacks. And he's edging it, and they put him down again. Well. He was just hanging the bat out there, and the ball just flew to Worrell at slip. And for the second time, he's put him down. It's the end of the over. It's 82 for 3.
Well, he's having a nightmare time out there at second slip, Worrell. And I think that they might want to move him out from slip now because his confidence would be shattered. You can almost put your money on it that if another catch comes to him, he's going to put it down as well. Well, that didn't seem like it had a lot of sting in it. He actually stared it to the man at second slip. He had a lot of time to see that ball coming to him. He didn't come off the bat with a lot of speed. So a disappointing bit of fielding there from Worrell.
The
He's
first one
putting his
was-
team under a lot of pressure here, Ruskin.
The first one wasn't a very difficult catch either. Actually, it came straight at him. This one, he had to move a little to his right.
But he had a lot of time.
But who knows? He might take a blinder before the day is done. Shamar Brooks with that kind of tool at the bat when he makes his shots. I do remember you twirling your bat, Roger.
So the spinners? Well, usually I probably used to just glide it behind square, you know.
But then you used to play the ball so late as well.
Oh, well played.
But that's well played. That's
So-
glorious. The bowler put his hand down, thought he had a chance, but he came up with air. And that sped down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Well, this is the Shamar Brooks that we know. A delightful player when he's on the go. That looked like a forward defensive to media. The bowler was scampering to try to get his hands to it, and it sped straight back past him for 4. A good shot by Brooks. He always scores attractive looking runs, Shamar Brooks. He's that type of player. Got a touch of class about him. Fell off the boil a bit as far as the West Indies senior team is concerned. Oh my goodness,
A
that
bit of
one
turn
did turn,
there.
yeah.
Yep. A little bit of turn just went past the edge from Bishop. He remains with 1 wicket for 9 runs. It's 86 for 3 now at the end of the over. Roger, it doesn't get any better for the Windward Islands.
Let's hear it.
53 for 8.
What? I'm not hearing properly, Ruskin.
There's
Could you-
some
could you-
static.
Please repeat that. Seem to have
53
some
for 8.
problems with my
Yeah,
microphone.
there's some static going on there.
53 for 8.
From 18 overs.
Sounds like a T20 match to me.
Man,
Well, what has happened to the Volcanoes? They started off the tournament with so many good victories. They had a big lead after the 3rd round of matches.
That's well played as well by young Motara. It's going to have to hurry. And he might get an overthrow again. The return again not in line. The man backing up again. It was Naeem Young. Couldn't get across in time. And the batsman got a second run, which should not have really happened. I don't think he could have run him out even if he had struck the wicket. Instead, he gets an overthrow. Ned, the fielder.
Well, just getting back to the Volcanoes there, I saw yesterday once the Harp Eagles got to over 300. We knew that Volcanoes were going to be under a lot of pressure because the Harp Eagles, they have the tendency to really close in the screws when they have a big score because they've got some good spinners. And the minute they get on top of the game, they don't really release that pressure. So not surprising there. But that score is...
Marlon
Whoa.
Muti.
I lied if I said that's not surprising. That's a big shocker there. 53 for 8, you said.
Yep. And the Barbados won
Per ball?
69 for 5.
Is it Pumal?
I haven't checked it yet, but I was just
Okay.
looking at the general scores.
All right.
The,
I'm sure Sami Pumal would have something to do with that. Here's Aline here at the UWI spec, and it pushes the batsman on the back foot, Motara.
square as
Yeah.
ever. So that's where he could run into problems. Now look at the umpire. The umpire is, I'm not sure he's having a word with Allen there. He's probably close to
The danger area.
overstepping. He's probably right, very close to that line there.
Well, he probably could be running in the danger area as well. He's not really running off. Because I don't think the umpire would give him an indication that he's close to bowling or no ball. That's not the umpire's job.
He keeps looking at that front foot where it's landing. Well played
Good
again.
shot.
He's going to get a couple more, and if he hustles, he might get a third. In fact, They seem to be just jogging, but had they run quickly, Ned didn't seem to be too interested in chasing that with any degree of alacrity. Just seemed to jog after it.
Well, I thought that was an easy 3 runs, Ruskin. I can't understand why Motara and the senior man like Shamar Brooks looked very disinterested in the 3rd run there. I thought 3 were on for sure. Here's a lead. Oh my goodness, what a delivery.
Again, he attempted to play it, but he had enough time to just pull his body and his bat out of harm's way.
Well, he actually had to pull his head out of the way as well, because that made some height and he was getting in line with it. And at the very last second, he was able to sway out of the line of that. That's a good delivery there by Aline. 94-3.
Yeah, well, I was telling you 54 for it. Thorne has 4.
Isaiah Thorne. Yeah, that's the young West Indies fast bowler.
Ali Mohammed has 3. And here he is again. He was trying to pull the shot. He's not in position to make that pull shot. And he got struck on the body, on the shoulder, it looks like.
Looks like the forearm.
Yeah, and so he's in some discomfort there. I think he's going to get some treatment. It's 90 for 3 at the end of the over 28. A finished. Tara is on 37.
Well, it beats me really why these batsmen are not using the arm guard. You know, so easily you can get a fractured arm from a ball from a fast bowler hitting you on the on the bone of the hand. The arm guard is for that reason.
Well, the funny thing is, he got hit on his right forearm, so he was through the shot.
Yeah.
And it struck him on the forearm because he kind of gave up on the shot when he realized it had lifted at an uncomfortable height to him.
Probably
And
came
it
off a
struck
bit
him on the
slower as
forearm.
well.
Yep. He was through the shot in a hurry.
Yeah.
But he's still there on 37. This is a very, very good effort on his part. You can't say enough about the fight he's showing here and the determination to try to stick it out and try to get his team into a strong position.
Well, he's had his fair share of luck as well. He was put down twice at second slip. But that doesn't really register in the scorebook, does it?
If you're going to put me down twice, if you get 2 chances like that, you probably thinking it should make 100. If the bowlers are going to, if the fielders are going to give you chances, you take them and you just add runs. But he seems to be okay. He's at the non-strikers end now. He's going to try and guts it out.
Looking at Arlen is a big unit.
Oh yeah, huge. As I'm saying, he could be a linebacker. And that's another sweetly timed shot from Shamar Brooks.
You know, some years ago, I first saw Shamar Brooks at Wanderers Cricket Club, but it could be about 10 years ago, or 11. He had just represented the under 19 and came to us. He made 175 against Prisal in the first game against Shannon Gabriel. Was shots all around the wicket.
At Gilbert Park?
At Gilbert Park.
Certainly a batsman that I think everybody who sees him could fall in love with him because he does play, and that's very well played again. The fieldsman out there was very late in starting to run. In fact, Ned didn't seem to pick it up at all. And by the time he moved, the ball was speeding over the boundary, and that's 4 more to Shamar Brooks.
His hand-eye coordination is excellent. Very, very good. That was a great shot, just waiting on the ball and hitting it for the square.
He knew where the fieldsman was, and he put it away from him. He should be up on, it should be 94 now for 3, and he goes to 12, so he's into double figures.
And the night watchman, well, number 3 batsman Motara is still there.
Shamar Brooks, I would tell him to stay till lunch. Just don't get out. Stay till lunch and let's see what what happens then.
At West Indies level, I honestly thought they used him wrong because he had batted from number 1 to 6 in every position. Even at number 7, I think he played a game.
Shamar Brooks right out in front to the end of another Joshua Bishop over. He has 1 for 13 from his 4. It's 94 for 3 now from 29.
Motara is 37 of 76 deliveries.
That is probably the most encouraging thing, is the amount of balls that he's facing. It's not like he just came out, threw the bat at everything and then got out for a quick fire 37. He's actually used up 70 odd balls.
I think that frustrates any captain and any team on the field.
We saw that too from Otley, because when he made his 100, with his 99 I should say, he went over 200 deliveries. It really was a fine batting display because he was patient and and he kind of took what the bowlers gave him and just kept going. Unfortunately, didn't get the 100. Looks like Naeem Young is coming back into the attack now.
I think at this level, this is what batsman has to do. That's at least bat a lot of balls. That's the only way you're going to get runs.
So Shamar Brooks working on a start here. We bat through till lunch and maybe after lunch. I'm sure that's what the CCC will be hoping for, so they could chip away at this 300 run total as scored by the West Indies Academy.
They're not bad. They're about 3 point something and over.
The man with the ball, though, the captain of the academy, would be hoping that he could finally remove Motara. And not there. The batsman is getting another comfortable single. Again, the intensity in the running has dipped significantly, because when Henry was there, Henry was pushing for everything. He'd run that first run hard and fast and then put the fielder under pressure. We've already seen a couple overthrows.
Motara just getting into the wicket and hitting that back order square. Very easy.
So it really is a treat, and if you, and this is part of the areas where we have so many schools in and around, but of course, as you mentioned, today is the C exam for a lot of the primary school students, those from standard 5 students, but we do have a lot of schools, secondary and primary schools in this area, and I'd really look forward to the time when the teachers would see it prudent to bring the kids to watch this type of cricket, and just to learn, just to get which kid don't want to get out of class, so they could come and watch a little bit of cricket.
Ruskin, when we was in India, I went to the Chennai Academy. It's the most set of children I have ever seen in our academy. It was huge. I surety it had over 1,500 children at that academy.
Right, yeah, all learning about the game of cricket.
And that was in the during the week, evening day.
But then again, when you say Chennai could swallow Trinidad and Tobago multiple times over. And that one is going to go down point. There's a valiant effort there, diving away there, Joshua Bishop. But that's 4 more to Brooks.
Guys, him to 12.
And he goes on to that should
16.
take it to 16 now, yep. And that completes the over. It's 99 now for 3. So they're just about 201 away now. Chipping away at that. Because when you consider they resumed this morning at 11, So if they're up to 99 now,
88.
they could very well get to like 100 runs in the session. You know, if they bat through to this evening, then you should be close to or even beyond the
Beyond,
300 run mark, and you know.
Because the outfield is pretty quick and all too.
Yep. So it's interesting. The game is nicely poised at the moment, but is that man Mutara there that I think the West Indies Academy would be looking at and saying,
Seems like a bowling change.
what do we do to get him out? Bishop continues. Joshua Bishop. I think he had 4 in his second innings in that last game. I think he also got 3 in the first innings as well. He's been among the wickets. So Mutara looks better and better the longer he stays there. He's on 38 from 80 deliveries.
You know, Jason Gillespie was a night watchman and scored a double century for Australia.
Yep. And they say he was a night watchman. And so he became an all-rounder after that, you know. This is good. It's good bowling also.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of variety there from Bishop. He's mixing it up. His speeds are good. He's giving the ball a little bit of air as well. And there he goes, driving at it. He likes to play that shot. And he doesn't get it through this time, but you could see intent from him there. He remains on 38. And Brooks is 16. It's 99 for 3 now after 31 overs.
I think that's what they have to do to Mutara. Slow it up to him and let him go for it. Well, really like to see another spinner from the other end or two at them.
But they've kind of abandoned the idea of bringing Ned at this end. It's been predominantly pace at the top end. And while I don't have a problem with the pace, the wicket still has something in it. We've seen the wicket kind of misbehave at times. And these bowlers are fairly slippery.
Yeah. Beyond Allen, I think they're not really getting the ball to climb a bit. Allen was getting it to climb.
That's a good take there by the wicketkeeper Bowen Tuckett.
Yes, he's impressive so far this morning.
The 2 wicketkeepers I thought have done well. The Richards, the other wicketkeeper, who was a little bit of a history question or answer, because he was the one who had a concussion last week, and they used a concussion substitute for him. McCarthy. McCarthy actually batted well when he got his chance. Richards, after the injury, didn't take any further part over the last 2 days, I think, of the game. But he is back here now in this game, so I think he would be looking forward to probably getting a chance to bat. He was shaping well in that innings. And there's a low ball, and it kept very low as well. And we've seen that, time and again. In fact, Shamar Brooks got one of those and was out LBW, but he didn't score in that game. It was like the second ball. That's 100 on the board.
I think
100 for 3.
It's good to see at least we haven't showcasing some good couple of wicketkeepers on this tournament.
Yeah, it has been good. It's been particularly good. Hamilton from the Leeward Islands is
pretty good batsman too.
Yep, very, very heart and soul. He got hit a couple of times, all about the body, because this is a tough wicket to keep on, because the ball sometimes dies before it gets to the wicket keeper. you know, the throwing, the return and stuff like that sometimes is not the best. So they're always tidying up something.
Yeah.
Some he got hit on the forearm, he got hit on the chest, he got treatment, he came back, he fell on the shoulder. It was just, but he was right out there in the middle of everything, still giving it his all.
Naim Young in his 8 over done for 37. I think the wicket has really flattened out a bit. It is very easy pace now.
Yep. And as you're talking about Naim Young and West Indies youth team star, one of the youngsters who is talking about the youth team from South Africa has just been picked up by the Mumbai Indians for the IPL. He's only 17 years old. He's probably one of the youngest ever, not just youngest in terms of like an overseas player, but probably the youngest ever to enter the IPL.
That's a left-hand fast bowler.
Yep. 100 for 3 at the end of over number 32. But you could see the promise in him because he gave everybody trouble.
In the World Cup.
At the World Cup, he was, and it's all, every time he gave him the ball, it seemed like he got a wicket.
I think every time South Africa needs a wicket, they throw the ball for him.
Yeah, and, other than what they lost in the semi-finals, but even then he got, you know, he got some wickets as well. He's really been a prolific wicket taker. He has a bit of edge to him too. He's not afraid to chat with the batsman, you know.
I think I must say Motara has done an excellent job this morning.
I think they kept Shamar Brooks was telling him just stay there and just do your thing.
He's looking more comfortable as every delivery goes on.
Yeah, he's about 10 minutes away from the luncheon interval. If he can really negotiate the next 2 or 3 overs, that would be a real achievement for him and for CCC.
Really hope that Shamar Brooks come good today. You know, he's an excellent player, class player. He makes batting look so simple.
Yep. He's at the non-striker's end there with his legs crossed. And bonks there. And, a little bit of turn. We saw one do that against Shamar Brooks about 2 overs ago. Here he produced another one. Bishop.
I think he's also not giving away any runs easily.
Yep. Very miserly.
Yeah.
We saw a similar thing from Utley in the first innings as well. He's going for this one and he just dropping it short. It doesn't carry, but he was living dangerously there and just got it past the mid wicket. And they short in, but it was too quick. It passed him in a hurry and it just didn't reach the guy further back. Johnson was the one at mid wicket there and never really had a chance at it. But is it Lane who is further back? Never got a chance to get under it.
I think this is what they have to do. Just give the ball some air at him.
Tempt him. Yep.
Yes.
It's 101 now for 3 at the end of that over. He goes to 39 now.
From 90 deliveries.
Yeah, it's just, and you know, I can't emphasize that enough. He's using up quite a number of balls here. So bowlers have to bowl at him. So they're under 100, they're under 200 runs now, 199 more.
I would like to see Naim Young bring him on his front foot though.
Yeah, because he's likely to throw the battle one out there.
Pitch it up a slower delivery, bring him on his front foot.
And I think it would only help him to bat in with somebody like a Shamar Brooks.
Yes.
If anything, just to learn how to negotiate some of the more difficult deliveries he will encounter once he spends that amount of time at the crease. But you could see Shamar Brooks actually leaving alone deliveries that he's playing at, but Brooks is leaving them alone. There he goes again, playing at the delivery outside the off stump, but
full
no
delivery.
foot movement, And Brooks is going to have a word.
think any team will love this night watchman. Gone almost 2 hours already at the crease.
You know, Brooks is probably telling him, you know, lunch is right around the corner.
Corner.
Don't give it away. Stay on bat. You never know what could happen after lunch. Might get a few juicy full tosses, and next thing you know, you have a 50 to your name. 30 in the last game, 39 here. Oh, that one took off. Whew. Man, it was pushed up in the air. And the wicketkeeper did very well there. Bowen Tuckett, he's not the tallest man. But he got his glove to that one, almost like a goalkeeper, pushed it up in the air.
Once the ball is up to him, he's having a little difficulty.
But that one really took off from Naeem Young. That would have given any batsman trouble.
Motara with 39, but the main thing is 94 deliveries they have absorbed already.
Really frustrated the academy. And add to that, he's going to get a couple here. He may not get a boundary.
Might get a boundary?
He shouldn't. It's going to get close to the boundary. And they're going to come back for the third run as well. And Shamar Brooks this time decided to take that third run. So he's into the 40s now. He's up to 42. 104 now.
For three,
yep.
Good session for CCC.
They've done well. Once they don't lose wickets, and you know, they just keep plugging away. So that completes the over. It's 104 for 3 now after 34 overs.
I think what Naeem Young could do is at least on a flat track is now to contain them with one side of the wicket.
Which is understandable, and I think the bowlers, in the main, the bowlers have done well. The bowlers haven't really, apart from maybe one over from Lane where he kind of spread it outside the off stump down the leg side a couple of times. I think in the main they've maintained decent lines and good lengths as well, especially the spinners. They've been very consistent.
Very accurate.
Yep. Almost miserly, one would call them.
See, that's it. It's giving the ball some air to him.
Yeah, giving it time to grip. So they want a wicket badly now, and especially when Motara comes on strike. They have a slip, they have a gully, they have a forward short leg, and now they're bringing
a short extra cover.
A short extra cover. Jogging over there is Jordan Johnson.
I must say, Motara he's timing this ball sweetly. As a night watchman.
And he's very circumspect. He's kind of taking his spots where he wants to launch himself. But I know he's eyeing that gap over extra cover there where he probably wants to go. Or even past mid-wicket. There's that big gap there. There's a mid one, and there's a forward short leg, but there's the backward square. So he has a whole acre out there that he could utilize. It's just the bowler. Bishop is very nagging on that off stump.
I think Motara must be having his eye on lunch too.
It makes sense. I'm sure his captain is speaking to him. So if you're going to listen to anybody at all, you're going to have to listen to the captain. And so I'm sure he's going to ask him. And that looks like it's lunch. Yep.
Yep.
So the players are going to make their way off. It's 104 for 3 at lunch. Replying to the Academy's 300, the CCC 104 for 3 at lunch. With Shamar Brooks on 42 to 15 to Brooks, 42 to Motara. And an interesting first session here this morning, but kudos to the young Motara. He's really given the CCC a nice foot in here.
I think a fair 2 hours for both teams. 2 wickets with 92 runs.
So a good morning session. Motara is on 42 from 101 deliveries, 16 to Brooks. They go to lunch at 104 for 3. Still have work to do, and but of course we'll tell you how they go in the second. They need a further 196 runs. We'll have play after lunch in about the next 35 minutes or so. Thank you very much as we welcome you back here to the Sir Frank World Park and UE Spec in St. Augustine as we get ready for play after lunch on day 2 of this 5th round encounter. And of course, the CCC are on 104 for 3. They need another 196 runs to reach the 300 as scored by the West Indies Academy. Certainly, Roger, this is the time when the academy cannot afford to encounter any lapses at all, whether it's in the field or with the ball. They really need to be spot on here now. The out cricket are a little bit
Iffy.
casual at the moment, and they've conceded. Well, we had a 4 overthrow. We had another overthrow not too long ago there, so
Couple drop catches as
couple
well.
drop catches also. So they, these are self-inflicted wounds, if you know what I mean.
Yes, of course. Well, a good afternoon to you again, Ruskin Mark, and a good afternoon to all our viewers as we rejoin the action out here, out in the middle. This is the first delivery after lunch, and that first period of play this morning, from the start of play till lunch, we saw the combined campuses and colleges. They added 93 runs and they lost 2 wickets in the process. So not bad going for the CCC and also for
I think
the
they're
West Indies Academy.
they're asking for the side screen to be moved. I think after shaping up for that delivery, Shamar Brooks just asked that they move the side screen. So we have a little delay here after just the one ball.
Yep, well, CCC, they added 93 in that session, losing 2 wickets. Remember, they had lost a wicket overnight. And it wasn't a bad little session for either team. I thought that CCC will let off the hook a bit because 2 catches went down at second slip. And both came off the bat of Motara. So that would have been a couple lapses there by the West Indies Academy. Added to that, there were a bit of overthrows as well that went for boundaries. But the fight is out there, and they're being led here by the night watchman. Incidentally, he happens to be the number 3 batsman today. That's Motara, and he's been joined by his captain, Shamar Brooks. Brooks is on strike.
And yeah, this is a partnership that has the potential to frustrate the academy even more, especially now if Motara sticks around, say, for another hour. You know, if he sticks around for another hour, you know he's probably going to add another 15, 20 runs. And that is just going to be rubbing salt in the wound here at the moment.
Still me a single. Well, do you know, NDL was making the point that the wicket has really flattened out and it is quite even and an easy pace wicket as well. And we've got 2 very set batsmen, even though Motara is a youngster and he's a night watchman. He's got the most senior man on the team with him, Shamar Brooks, who's got international experience and has scored runs at the highest level. And they are both very well set, so you would expect that they should carry the fight as far as they could. So I would think that the academy is under a lot of pressure here.
And I think this is the period also where Brooks has to kind of guide the youngster, because the tendency is, of course, look, I've done my job, if you know what I mean. And so he could, go airy-fairy outside the off-stump as you like it. But if he can dig in here, maybe get a half century, and stick around with Brooks for an extended period. When I say extended period, after lunch, and and just keep those wickets intact and really put the pressure way down the
Well,
Academy's bowlers.
They are not under any pressure really, the batsmen, because runs seem to be coming fairly easily. So it's not that the runs have dried up. They are scoring runs and they're still out there.
He's going for the pull shot this time and he's going for 6. Again, he wasn't in control of it again. It took the edge, but it flew off the bat and landed just on the side screen. And that's the second time he's played that shot, and with the same result.
A little surprised as well, though, that they haven't tried to set him up with the hook shot, because he's decided that he's going for the hook shot when they bowl the short ball or the bouncer. I thought that they should have at least put 2 men behind square and bowl him a couple short balls, because he has decided to go with the hook shot, because this is the second time he has miscued and the ball travelled for 6.
So, did they give him 6 or did they give him 4? She should be on 48 if they give him a 6.
Didn't it go all the way?
I thought it went all the way, and as if the umpire had signaled a 6, but we'll double check that. 4 runs they gave him.
Oh
Here's
my
another
goodness. That is the
snorter.
line. That is the line you want to bowl the bouncer. It's not going down the leg side. That was a beauty.
A little bit of chin music there to end the over. 46 to Matara, 16 to Brooks. It's 109 for 3 now.
Well, Johan Lane has been fairly economical. Beside that last delivery that went for 6, he had 20 runs scored off almost 9 overs, so that's not bad going. He also picked up a wicket, the very first wicket, yesterday late in the evening.
I think they credit him with 4.
Okay.
So it didn't go for the 6, although I thought the signal from the fine leg was 6 runs. But it looks as if they kept it to 4, so it's 109 for 3. And Joshua Bishop is going to continue from that southern end. 1 for 13 from his 7 overs so far. The important wicket, that of Henry.
Well, I wonder what's the reason for bowling the spinners solely from the southern end. I don't know if it's to allow them to bowl with the wind instead of bowling into the wind. It's going to be an easy single here.
Yep.
But I would have liked to see 1 or 2 of the spinners come from this end as well, Ruskin. Create a different scenario, you know. Have the spinners come from the other end and have the pacers as well bowl from the other end. Since the start of play, they've decided that they're going to use the pacers at the top end and the spinners at the bottom end. But you need variety as well when you operating with your bowling attack. If it's one thing with Motara, he has looked very confident against the spinners. With the pacers, he has had his problems, but he's been very selective with his shots against the spinners. And his the defensive technique is very good as well.
Yeah, he's very comfortable.
Yeah, bat and pad very close together and playing with very soft hands. Even though there's a man at forward short leg, no indication at all that he's likely to get caught there, because his technique is very good. Have a look at that. Head right over the ball, and bat close together, soft hands.
Yeah, he's playing the ball close to his eyes. He's getting his head well over. And slightly quicker delivery there, quicker arm action as well. But again, the ball is coming off the wicket fairly slowly as he ends another over. Joshua Bishop, 1 for 14 now. It's 110 for 3.
Not too sure if they have any wrist spinners on the team. We haven't seen any on show just yet. We've seen the orthodox left arm spinners and the right arm off spinner as well, but we haven't seen any wrist spinners for the academy.
So Motara is on 46, so he's 4 away from a deserved half century. And I think from what we've seen, the signs are that he's prepared to stick around for a bit, not just giving it away. Lane it is to continue. And Shamar Brooks looked to have all the time in the world to play his defensive shots.
I like Lane Ruskin. I think he has some potential. I think he has a good action, a good running. You know, a couple of things he needs to straighten out, but I like him. He looks pretty promising, and I'm sure that he's going to put on some muscle as well, which would allow him to bowl much quicker.
And that's a gift. That's 4 runs. Through mid-wicket, it goes screaming to the boundary for 4.
Well,
that's bread and butter for Shamar Brooks there. Didn't waste any time at all to get into line, and he just dispatched it.
Well, another indication again is the easy pace of this wicket. Just slightly short, and quickly Shamar Brooks was on his back foot. He's very well set. And he was pulling that with all the control. He rolled the wrists on contact and kept it on the ground. There's a man at short mid-wicket there, so he was aware of that. That's a good hit by Brooks. So the academy coming under some pressure here at UWI Spec. Oh my goodness, that's a good return there by Lane.
That's the response. How dare you hit me?
That's a good comeback delivery. If he had attempted to play the pull shot there, he surely would have been in trouble.
Which is what has happened to Motara at times.
Yes,
he doesn't
exactly.
get in the right positions to play the hook shot.
But he didn't bother about that. He was still going through with the hook shot. And he didn't care. He hit him for a 6 and a 4. And Shamar Brooks is looking like Shamar Brooks out there. In total control, and he looks very, very much in control.
So there's Bowen Tuckett again, getting a lash somewhere in the hand. He's in some discomfort again. Not for the first time. As I said, this is a difficult wicket to keep wicket on.
Yeah, especially with those balls keeping low. That's a wicket keeper's nightmare, really,
yep.
when it stays low. I mean, you're exposed to getting hit as well.
And that invariably it will bounce in front of you and jump.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. Remember as well, the wicket keepers, they don't really like to use the helmet when keeping to the fast bowlers. But when that ball stays low off the fast bowler, and you got to get your body behind that ball to make sure that you stop it, you're exposing yourself to being hit in the head or face area, Ruskin.
Yeah, and not only that too, the faster bowlers, well, it's not deliberate, but it's coming at a terrific speed, so you can't even adjust sometimes.
Yeah, of course. Is that Worrell still at slip?
Yep.
Well, they seem to have a lot of confidence in him.
Well,
It's either that or the rest of fielders cannot feel in slip.
the man is operating at the Sir Frank Worrell Park. So
Yeah.
this is Worrell's park here.
Of
right now.
course.
So he's doing what he's on. He's ended the over. It's 114 for 3. That one scoring shot there from Brooks, that splendid pull through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
But you are right, well, this was originally the Sir Frank Worrell ground, you know. It's afterwards when they did improvement works and they built the administrative center here, the
Done all the improvements
specs
all around,
and the pavilion. They renamed it the Sports and a loud appeal there. Sports and Physical Education Center, SPEC. But it was originally the Sir Frank Worrell cricket ground.
Yep.
And the football ground as well down to the south. I can tell you I played a lot of football down in the back down here.
I played a lot of football there to myself and to the front.
Very nice ground.
Hey, do you know the name Rutaraj Gaikwad?
Raturaj Gaikwad? Oh yeah.
This is a great shot. That's his half century. That one is going to run down the hill. That's 4 runs. And that will bring up his half century. That's a brilliant effort from the night watchman, Zishan Motara.
Yeah, that was a very good shot. He picked the length of that delivery very, very early, and he was on the back foot, punching it powerfully. There's a man at short extra cover, and there's a cover. So he had to get it to the left of the man of short extra cover and to the right of the man at cover, and he did that with precision, and it raced away to the boundary. I said it before that he's playing the spinners with real ease. Doesn't seem to be in any trouble at all against the spin bowlers. He's on driving as well.
Yeah, he's certainly played his hand here, and this is a wonderful achievement for the young man. You could imagine his chest must be swelling right now.
Yeah. He needs to do some work on his bowling though.
He's gone aerial, he's gone high, and it's gone over the head of the middle fieldsman. Down the hill it goes, and that's 4 runs.
Well, very well calculated shot. He realizes that the mid-off and mid-on are normal, and he just got under it and lifted it quite nicely without any effort whatsoever. Good shot there by Matara.
122 for 3 now. So again, they've started to accelerate because they resumed after lunch at 104. They've already pushed on. They've added 18 runs in double quick time since that. So they're off and running now. They got 104 in the first. Well, a little bit from yesterday, and today they got 104 runs. So I'm saying if they average about 100 runs a session, you know, by late this afternoon,
they're going to be a very good position once they keep wickets in hand.
Yeah,
I was saying it before that the runs are coming fairly easily, so they shouldn't be under too much pressure that the runs have dried up. They are scoring runs, and you've got 2 batsmen there who are really punishing the bad deliveries. Of course, Shamar Brooks, with all his experience and skill, you know, he's going to take advantage now because he's very well set. He's just on 21, but you can see he's looking very, very confident as every delivery looks more and more comfortable at the wicket.
and looks determined too because he's leaving alone, you know, any delivery that might, you know, force him to make a rash shot or something.
Well, he has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders out there being the captain. So he's leading by example, Brooks.
Yeah, this one was playing a little bit away from his body there, but now he goes for a little walk because there is that spot that the ball does one of 2 things. It either kicks sometimes or it rats, so it squats at other times. So that's how he got out. I remember him getting out against the Leeward Islands like that for a duck. The second ball he faced, it just hit the ground and just rolled.
Even before the game started, Ruskin, I'll get back to that. Even before the game started yesterday, I'm sure when you were out there looking at the pitch, there was a couple loose areas. You know, not the entire surface looked perfectly
Compact.
rolled and compact. There were some loose areas, and you would suggest that that would unravel after a couple.
A while,
Yeah. So this is what probably they are so concerned about. Every now and then you see them coming along the pitch and doing some gardening and trying to pound in the loose turf. But you got to expect that in with turf wickets.
Driving
Shot.
again. That's another glorious shot that's going to run between cover and the mid-off, and that's down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Wow, that was a delightful shot again by Shamar Brooks. You know, not a lot of effort really in his shot. He looked so effortless. And once he got the timing in, you know, he didn't really have to follow through with a big follow through. He just made sure that he timed it well, and placement was excellent.
See, this is the time now. If the longer he stays there, is the more concerned the academy bowlers will become, because already you're seeing guys hands on hips there.
Yeah,
probably
you're
wondering,
seeing some drop heads now.
yeah, because he's only on 25. Should
This
that
is
be
this is the
29
time
now?
when you start to reflect on the drop catches.
He goes
Out,
again, and they're appealing
out,
for a catch
out,
at the wicket.
out.
He got a touch, and that is the end of Shamar Brooks. 126 for 4 now, and Brooks is going back for a very well played 25 just when he looked in total control.
Well, he's bowled some good bouncers, Lean. I mean, even though a couple went for runs, they were not convincing shots. And on a few occasions, we saw some of the bouncing almost taking off the helmet of some of the batsmen. That was a perfect line. The height was very good. No control in the shot there by Shamar Brooks, and he got the top edge. I was saying a while ago that they should have been looking to set up the batsmen with the hook shot, putting 2 men behind square, because they are going at the shot, you know. and they have miscued on a couple of occasions. So I was a bit surprised that they didn't try using the bouncer with a little more regularity and having the right field set behind square. But Shamar Brook has fallen to that trap here set by Lane, and he's lost his wicket. He looked excellent while he was there. So that's a very good blow for the academy.
But again, it's one of those situations where almost every time you see Shamar Brooks at the wicket, you probably be repeating yourself. He looked good for 25, and then he got out. You know, it's like a recurring theme, and but he really gave you the impression that he was going to bat for a very long period of time, and had he done that, you know, he was going to get his team very close to, if not beyond, the 300 mark. As it is now, Yannick Utley, who got 5 wickets in the first innings, coming off a nice score of 99, would probably want to see if he could get another good score under his belt. Which family do you think have both brothers got out on 99?
That's probably a rarity.
Yep.
First class cricket. On 99?
And out on 99. And in addition to getting out on 99, one of them also got stranded on 99.
Well, I always kept asking whatever happened to young Utley, Yannick Utley, because I remember him captaining the TNT Red Force a couple years ago, and then he went completely off the boil. And the same thing happened as well with his bigger brother, Keon Utley. I thought he always was a pretty decent batsman to me, a very attacking batsman. And then you were not hearing anything about him at all on the Trinidad team. And next thing you know, he was selected on the West Indies team. You know, and the same thing seemed to have happened with Yannick
as well.
Yeah.
So 126 for 4 now, 40 overs completed. Motara continues to soldier on. Wickets are falling around him, and he is holding the innings together. Wow. What a change of script.
Well, pretty soon he could be making any team as a night watchman.
There's another good delivery, just beating him outside that off stump.
Raskin, if you're looking for a good night watchman, the first name that comes to mind would be Motara.
For next thing you know, he's asking to bat at 3. There he is again, and he might get a single. Took a bad bounce there, and almost took the head off of the fieldsman, and he's going to get a single.
Well, to be honest, I really thought that Shamar Brooks was looking to score 100 here, because the previous delivery that he drove through extra cover there, Ruskin, that was a real delightful shot. And the very next delivery, you have to give Lane credit, he produced a real beauty. He's bowled some very good short pitch deliveries, some bouncers. Very last second, you see some of the batsmen swaying their heads out of the way. If they had only attempted to play the hook shot as Brooks did when he got out, they probably would have lost a lot more wickets.
There he goes again with that cut shot. He's going to get 1. So he's off the mark, Yannick Utley. So he now needs to score 99 more. But we're saying, why didn't I get that 1 last week?
Yeah, he'd be very disappointed, Shamar Brooks, because he was in total control out there. And he was now beginning to open up, really. When he played that pull shot through mid-wicket in the previous over, and then the cover drive, you tell yourself he's in total control. Very impressive batting indeed from Motara, especially against the spinners. So he had a slice of luck against the pacers. He was put down twice. He top edged on a couple of occasions as well, and it one flew for 6 over the wicketkeeper's head, and the other one went just fine down to fine leg for 4.
So he's still on 55. It's 128 for 4 now at the end of that over. Again, 25 to Shamar Brooks. Henry made a quick fire 29. 13 to Evelyn. So he certainly has done his part, and I'm sure they probably, I suppose the conversation changes now. You know, don't get out. You know, do what you're doing. Let the other batsmen come and try to get into their groove, but you stick around. Don't just give the wicket away. And that's a nice drive and a very well judged single as well.
Well, we've got a good battle on our hands here, Ruskin. I think with the fall of that wicket there, that would have given the fielding king the impetus to really, you know, come stronger. Just a minute before that wicket fell, you could see that they looked jaded, and you could have seen some dropped shoulders. But that wicket would really give them some more encouragement, especially being that of Shamar Brooks. And I like the way that Joanne Lane is approaching it. He's really running in hard and putting everything into it. He looks like one for the future, because I'm very impressed with those short pitch deliveries that he has sent down. Oh, and there again.
He's trying to just help it on its way, and he's struck on that same hand again, turning his back and just trying to help it, but taking it on the forearm.
I still can't understand why he's not putting a man behind square on the leg side.
He just has a fine leg.
Three-quarter ways. Yep. You need two men down there if you're bowling bouncers. And you're seeing that the batsmen are willing to play the hook shot.
He's in real pain here now. This one like it struck him on the wrist now. So that is going to hurt.
So Naeem Young probably missed a thing or two there with the field placing. Still probably is not aware that his fast bowler would be picking up wickets with short pitch deliveries. You've got to be on your P's and Q's as a first-class captain. You've got to be aware of every single situation and be aware of every batsman, what he wants to do. You know, you can't be out there and not concentrating on what is happening. Yeah. That's the hallmark of a good captain. He has to be on the ball.
This could be a...
Is that Motara who got struck?
Yeah, on this, well, not on the same hand. He got struck. Well, he got struck on the same hand, but it's a different location on that right hand.
I bet you he still has not put on the arm guard.
Well, he's getting hit on his right hand, not on the left hand. So, because he's turning his back, so he's actually gone through the shot and is getting hit with his back turned. So...
Well, he should be wearing the arm guard though, because he's not the most stoutly built guy out there.
Plus he's a bowler.
Very slim, yes, he's very slimly built.
So a little bit of a little time, 171 behind now. Of course the first target would be to get it up to 151, so that way you avoid the follow on and then you start chipping away at that 150 differential.
Well, they've been set back there with the dismissal of the captain, Shamar Brooks. He was the man looking as though he can take the team over the line as far as the first innings is concerned and put his team in a strong position to try and win outright. As it stands now, they're still in arrears of 171 runs, so that's a long way to go. They've lost 4 wickets.
So I think he's going to continue. You can see him ringing that right hand. That's probably going to be painful. That's where he generates his power, in that right hand.
Well, he has only arm guard on the front hand where it should be. But it looks as though he would need 2 arm guards, Ruskin.
He keeps turning. He keeps
going
through with the shot
on the bottom hand.
Yeah. I'm surprised he hasn't called for some kind of protection on that right hand.
Wow, it's hot out there.
But it's probably, look, he's in real discomfort. I think he can't even grip the bat. That's the problem for him. He can't grip it. And you could see him now probably just asking for the physio to come back. It might be a fracture or something, because he's having real difficulty holding on to the bat. And that's unfortunate. He's going to have to leave at 55.
Well, that's very sad, really. Once you can't squeeze the fist, it means that the bone has been struck, and that would create a lot of problems when you try to squeeze the fist in.
He's probably trying to grip that bat.
Yeah,
and
he wouldn't
can't
be able to
close
grip
the-
that bat. He wouldn't even be able to play any shots. So he's done the right thing and gone off.
Yeah, so they'll probably ice it or probably have an X-ray done just to make sure that there's no fracture.
Well, again, Ruskin, the short ball has done the trick. Even though he's not out, I think that psychologically, those short pitch deliveries are creating some problems here for the CCC. And let's hope that there's no fracture or any sort of serious injury. But when a batsman has to leave the field because he cannot grip the bat, that's a big blow, really.
Mario Richards is the new batsman, and he gets a lifter as well, but that one didn't get up. So that's the predicament that the batsmen find themselves in. One is jumping, and the other one is keeping a bit low. So you have to keep your eyes on the ball for as long as possible. And Richards too doesn't have an arm guard, which is surprising. Seeing what is happening on the wicket, you would think that's probably the first piece of equipment or the last piece of equipment you'll put on. It's another snorter, but he's comfortably under that one.
Well, I don't blame Lane whatsoever, because the short pitch deliveries seem to be working for him. And you can see that he's running in now with a lot more purpose. Although he's been doing that all the while, I like what I'm seeing here from Lane.
He has 2 for 35 now in his 12th over. He's edging and he's dropping in front of the fieldsman, and this time Worrell comes up with a stop, and he gets a sort of ironic.
What I like about Lane to Ruskin is that he's reaching up to the crease without too much effort, really. He seems to be flowing so smoothly. You know, unlike when we saw Aline, you know, look how smooth he is approaching the stumps.
And that's well played. That's
a good
through the
shot.
gap, and that's going to go. You got a couple, and I don't think they're running too hard for a third. They're going to settle for 2.
Well, you can forgive him on that. He served up a half volley there, but he was still trying to get the batsman to play up the front foot. So
That completes the over.
very good over again from Lane.
It's 131 for 4 now.
So there's the bowling chart for you. Lane has 2 wickets, 1 each for the other
Lane,
bowlers.
1 Bishop and Ned, the 2 spinners.
2 spinners, they have 1 each. But they will have to continue taking wickets, because Yannick Hotley, as he showed in the last game, just 1 short of 100. Very unfortunate not to have gotten that single to get him to the 3-figure mark. He would have some form. But he would have to really stick around to get well set. Then oh my, was that a catch?
It probably came off the pad, the pad and balloon in the air.
Well, a lot of excitement there.
So Atlee should have a pretty good idea of what the bowler is doing. He himself is a left-arm orthodox spinner. Has a slip and a forward short leg. And he was leaving alone at one that didn't turn, almost clipped the off stump on the way through. So again, the hands go up almost with every delivery now as they're really searching for a breakthrough. Another wicket here. They've gotten rid of Captain Shamar Brooks. They've forced the retirement of Motara, and now they have 2 new batsmen at the crease. And utterly watchful, allows it to go through. It's the end of the over. Another good one. It's 131 for 4. So Joshua Bishop, 1 for 24, 1 for 15 net, 2 for 37 lean. And Motara retired hurt on 55. Really came at a tough time. It came right after they lost their captain Brooks. So welcome back, General NDL.
Was now enjoying Shamara Brooks in. It was pure class. Fall with a short ball. And unfortunately, then we saw the night watchman had to retire hurt after batting so well. As Anil Raja really mentioned, can't understand why not putting on an arm guard.
You have Richards, who is a fairly competent batsman. I think he too must be thinking of a big score, but he too doesn't have an arm guard. And you would think as a front line batsman, once you're putting on gloves, you probably put on the arm guard as well.
I remember in the, some years ago in the over 45 and over Michael Holland tournament in Jamaica. Michael Holland's speech was, before you buy a bat for your child, buy a helmet. But I must say, Lane is working out some serious pace here in this after lunch, having the batsman on their back foot.
Yeah, he's really been bowling well, and seems very relaxed as well. He's not looking like he's tiring at all.
Not a serious short one.
Yeah, but that's well played also by Richards, who kept his eyes on it, which is part of the problem that Motara was having, is that he kept turning his back on the ball, trying to kind of just help it down the leg side.
Score 131 for 4 and 43.3. I think with the loss of Shamara Brooks and the retire of the night watchman, CCC on their back foot here. And has opened up a little breathing space for the West Indies. CCC are trailing by 169 runs at this moment.
So both batsmen on 2, and I'm sure they'll be trying to build another partnership here. Richards very solid in defense, hits the ball really hard too.
This is some aggressive bowling here, aggression bowling here by this fast bowler.
And that's the thing, if you're going to bowl a short ball, then bowl a short ball that is going to climb, you know, up to the chest or above. You know, force the batsman to try to play at an uncomfortable height. And here's another one that too could run down the hill. It's a long chase. He won't get it. That's going to run into the boundary for 4 runs.
Coming on his front foot and just hitting it through the covers, using the pace of the ball.
Didn't try to overhit it, just placed it. So 135 for 4 now at the end of that over.
They have Yannick Otley at the other end, who got 99 in the last game. He has a good season with Clark Road United, captaining them and with bat and ball with them for this season's 2024 season.
So the combined campuses need a further 165 to reach the 300 scored by the academy. But the idea, of course, is to just to bat and bat and bat long and see where it takes you.
I think Arsenal and Bishop will just continue with his good line and length there.
A little bit of room there. That's well done by Naeem Young, scrambling to his right. He missed one earlier this morning, but he got that one in his hands.
I think the wicket has gotten really, really slow.
Again, we're not seeing any like prodigious spin. It's not like the ball is pitching and gripping and deviating off the wicket. And even when it turns, it's so slow. You know, it's slow turn. And so one of the danger balls will be the ones that don't turn. And that's what the hands go up again as he allows that one to go through outside the off stump. It's 135 for 4 at the end of the over.
Batting wrong, Yannick Gottlieb.
So finally, Lane is going to get a breather. And it's going to be, it looks like the skipper is coming back into the attack. Or is it that, no, Lane might, actually, yeah, I think it is going to be Naeem Young who's going to pick up the attack.
Naeem Young has 9 overs, none for 40.
I'm surprised though, because I really thought that Lane was still bowling well enough to keep going, because he wasn't conceding many runs and he certainly had the batsman jumping at times, and he looked very likely to get more wickets.
Yeah, I think he looked like the bowler likely to pick up a wicket.
So Young starts with the delivery right on target, which is a good sign.
Richard on the 6 from 11 delivery. Yannick Gottlieb 2 of 16 deliveries, 135 for 4. Still keeping 3 slips.
So again, just one by one, they're not trying to do too much. They're just trying to rotate the strike as much, and that left-hand, right-hand combination could prove to be an asset at this time, forcing the bowlers to have to always adjust.
A bit surprised I don't, the CCC, I don't, you're saying if they carry any back at the arm on this 11?
I'm not sure. They do have a wrist spinner. That's well played again, and they're going to take a quick single. So well judged single there again, and that is all part of the old cricket that I think people want to see from West Indian batsmen in particular, that they understand how to judge a single and how to run between the wickets in tandem, whose call it is, how you respond to it. And I thought Mutara did that well. He kind of grew into that role because initially we saw him this morning not wanting to come back for a third run when a 3 was clearly on. And then even this one is spooning in the air. It came off again at a kind of awkward height to him. Luckily for Richards, it fell safely.
I think when players reach this level of cricket, I think judging a single and playing for a single has to be automatic.
You would think it, but that's not the case. We see that even at the test level, that some batsmen have real difficulty. Maybe it's just the occasion or what, but they have real difficulty judging singles. And even the one-day cricket, you see it. That's another great shot, but he might get the single now because once again, it's not really good fielding. That's not good out cricket. He never really got his body behind the ball, James. He just seemed to wait for it to come to him, and once the ball moved, it hit him. He didn't really stop it, and it ricocheted from him, but they were still able to get the single. So one more to Utley. He's on 4. 8 to Richards now, 139 for 4. And this one is hit, but it's going to fall safely, well in front of Johnson down there, deep square leg.
Watching Richards, but for Naeem Young, I'd have liked to see him put a short extra cover for him.
But that's the end of that over, and at the end of it is 139 for 4 after 46 overs. They still need a further 160 runs now to reach that 300 mark. And also, they're just 10 runs adrift now of avoiding the follow-on.
Well, I think on this flat track here, avoiding a follow-on will be very simple.
Hello, they remember they were 129 for 7,
That was yesterday.
Yep.
But I think the wicket has really flattened out and very good for batting. And this is what you want to see the batsman them utilize the wicket and bat long. So just to concentrate and bat.
So the news, as Joshua Bishop gets ready to resume, the news, of course, is that Motara is icing right now. I don't think there is any fracture. They don't believe there is a fracture. But he's having problems gripping the bat handle. So they're just icing it, and I suppose massaging it, and probably putting a little bit of strapping on it to hold it in place. And if needed, he'll probably bat at his usual position. And this one is, they're going to get a comfortable single as well. So
I think Motara played the role what they sent him to do excellent. Unfortunately, he had to retire hurt.
well, the good thing is he's still batting. So if they need him and he can grip the bat, he could very well come back later. So let's just say they need another 20 or so runs, and he could come and help get them over the line. That will be perfect because now they'll be confident that he can, that he knows what he's doing with the bat. Then in his last innings he made 30. Here he's 55 not out. Again, a little bit of hustle there on the part of Utley.
Since Utley came to the wicket, he has been middling every delivery.
Yeah, he does. He's really trying to pick up from where he left off the last time. Like I said, he faced over 200 deliveries for that 99. And another delivery that is hustling on to him, keeping a little bit low. And forcing him to have to cover up.
I think it was the second round in the National League, got 100 for Clark Road.
Short again, and that's well played. That's going to run away too. That's 4 runs. From the moment it got past Lane, there was no hope of him catching up with that. He needed speed like Ben Johnson or Usain Bolt to even have a chance at that. And even they, I don't think, would have been able to catch that. That was hit. That was well timed
Well placed.
and well placed again by Utley. 1-4-5 now for 4.
I think this situation, Otley is the correct batsman to be there. He will not get flustered, and he will play all his ball on this merit.
Plus, he's an experienced cricketer. He's been playing now for a long while. Had a wonderful youth career or age group career, and has been in on the regional scene for a number of years now.
He was the cricketer of the year for Trinidad last year. Plus, if my memory serves me well, I think he won 2 MVP in the 50-over tournament. One with CCC and one with Trinidad.
And here is Richards trying to catch up with that one, but too late shall be the cry.
Last year he was a cricketer for Trinidad and Tobago.
So the Utley brothers, Keon and Yannick. Keon is representing the Red Force right now. And Yannick here with CCC.
I think the last score with Barbados was 247 for 6.
Trinidad has to be careful. They're not allowing them to go too far ahead.
Richard on 10 from 17. Yannick Utley on 8 from 23.
So this is the period here where they can't afford these two to settle in for any length of time.
Naim Young in his 11th over, none for 45.
He hasn't been as consistent as some of the others. The Windward Islands bowled out for 113. And I think he was in two minds there, whether to play that through the offside or play it on the onside. Eventually tried to pull it, but he was so cramped that he got no leverage in it at all.
Rushed on to him a little more quickly than he expected.
Barbados Pride 265 for 7. This time he's hitting it, but again the ball doesn't carry to the man out in the deep.
Getting on top of this one and pulling it through for the square.
That's the left hand, right hand is doing a pretty good job. They were at 17 already, just under just over 35, 36 balls, and but they're trying to rotate the strike, keeping the pressure on the bowlers.
A bit surprised that the CCC in this tournament don't have a wrist spinner on their side. I don't know if they have any. I didn't play in this game.
Well, the CCC does have the wrist spinner. They have Mutara, is the academy that has the 2-finger spinners. Right now it's the end of another over, and at the end of it, it's 1-4-6 for 4. Utley is 8-11 to Richards, 154 runs away, and just another 5 runs to pass that follow-on total. And now you're going to have a little. Ned is going to come back.
I think his first 2 spell was very good.
You're going to need him to keep the pressure on how Bishop had things tight at one end. And see if he can prize out a wicket or 2. As well.
It's at this stage, you know, they need a wicket. 146 for 4 after 48 overs.
So a lot of to in and fro in. They're going to have a man with the helmet under the bat. He's a tall man. He's a big target under the bat. Long levers. Richards, of course, is looking as compact as ever. Hasn't really settled as yet. Worrell, big fella under the bat there, that forward short leg position. I feel the skipper is punishing him for those 2 drop catches. So you go under the helmet there now. You just could see him trying to get at Ned, but Ned really does bowl that sort of nagging line. I won't be surprised if he's tried to use his feet to him. And they're asking for trouble there.
Pull backward. Powerfully for 4.
The man at D backward square is not to be found. There's a man at square leg, and that ball was hit backward. So that brings up the 150. It's 150 for 4 now. So they're halfway there.
That was a short ball and he just got on top of it and hit it hard backward square.
The Mario Richards goes up to 15 now. 150 for 4. At this time is keeping very low indeed, but going down leg. He was trying to play it through the onside. And could see the pad outside the leg stump as it rushed on to him.
Very fortunate there.
Was a quicker delivery too. He just seemed to stand there. And he's going again with him. That's 4 more. Really, he's toying with the bowler there as he's coming into him. So he's using the angle and just helping it. Didn't try to hit it too hard. And Naeem Young is at that short square leg position, just backward. But he didn't have any chance at all with either of the 2 balls coming his way. One was stays right and the other one stays left.
Think that they just saved the follow on there.
Yep, they're pushing on now. They're chipping away now at the second half. Trying to get first to 200 and then see how quickly they could get to 300. And this one goes through the keeper now. They're going to get a bye, possibly 2. And Richards is quick between the wickets. And did he get a touch on that one as well? So he might have gotten some bat onto it. Yep. So he pushes on quickly now to
19.
So it's it should be 156 now. It's 156. So he's 21. No, so the runs keep coming here. Richards is that type of a batsman. He's a very kind of busybody at the wicket.
I think it's very simple batting going out there now, and the runs are coming. Yannick Otley is more accumulator of runs.
It's really about occupying the crease now.
Yeah.
Spend time out there and the runs will come. So Young continues. Doesn't have a wicket just yet. And I'm surprised he hasn't bowled Allen a little bit more. Because I thought Allen got a couple to really climb steeply, and based on what we were seeing from Young, or rather from Lean, there's another short ball that is given the treatment. That's powerfully hit through square leg for 4.
think when Lane came over, I think Allen was the correct man to replace him from this end with his aggression.
What a shot that was. He was into the wicket early and he hit it beautifully. Partnership now worth 31. And Utley now coming into his own as well.
He can't be bowling short and don't have nobody deep backward square. Especially on this wicket where he has flattened out and very easy for batting.
Well, he has a fine leg. He has a
mid wicket.
A square. Well, more of a mid wicket squarish. And Utley very patient. Don't seem to be flustered. Goes for a little walk right now and calming his nerves, just trying to concentrate.
Such a talented player, Yannick Utley.
As well, gets out of harm's way. A little bend at the knees.
One of the few players left from orthodox I see, he has the correct action similar to Rafiq Jumadin.
Jumbideen. Have you ever seen Rafiq Jumadin in training, like running?
Well, when I played against him, he was ending his career.
Rafiq, when the national team was training, and Wing would probably know this as well, Rafiq used to go to the end, he and Larry go, so go to the end of the line, far away from the coach. And he and Larry would be cheating like hell. The line was just curved so. So they already have like a good 10 meters on you at this side. So when you're doing sprints, and when you're free at the end of the sprint, you're running 60 meters, they're running 50 because they already took 10 just at the start. And they'll just be giggling down in the corners. The end of the over, it's 160 for 4. And I think the players are going to get a little refreshment as well. So 160 for 4. And they're doing so far so good. And when you consider they still have the youngster Motara to come back if needed. I think CCC are just gradually getting themselves into a good position here, but they still have work to do. We'll be back in a short while. Joel? So we back here. The players had a little break, a little refreshment, and they're getting ready to resume here at 160 for 4. And again, still work to do here, but making good, steady progress, good, positive progress, I might add. And because now you have the informed Yannick Otley starting to settle in and really look the part here. And of course, Richards, who's not as compact when he's trying to attack. When he's on defense, he looks totally at ease. It's when he tries to transition into the attacking mode, he doesn't look all the time to be in full control.
Well, Bill stocky fella hits the ball hard.
Yeah, he's a good striker of the ball.
I think this is a very good thinking by the bowler to come over the wicket to him.
Could see him thinking of probably going down. There's no mid-wicket. There's a square leg and a short fine leg or backward square. Just at the edge of what would normally be the 30-yard circle. So he's right there, the captain Ned. Probably hoping for that mistime sweep or something.
Even he'll have to think twice of playing that shot as he comes over the wicket to bowl to him.
I think Richards recognizes that, so he's going to put that shot away for a little bit. Whether he will try to go over mid-wicket is left to be seen. Or maybe go straight past the bowler.
Ashmi Ned is 10th over, 1 for 25.
He's bowled well. He got a wicket early, but hasn't been able to do much since, other than plug away. Slightly quicker delivery and good sort of change of pace, good variation from him. Again, another one of those bowlers that you really want to see kind of developing and getting him on the wickets on a regular basis. And again, you could see him right back on his stumps there, Richards. Luckily for him, he didn't try to go across it, but kept his eyes on it and then played it
low.
Yep. To end the over on maiden, 160 for 4.
Well, I say my Anil Raja, I remember when I was a young fella, saw one of the best 100 ever make. I saw Garakara Park, Anil versus Australia, Trinidad and Tobago versus Australia. Scored around 44.
And Daisy could have bat.
It was an outstanding inning that day at Garakara Park.
He says he scored 50 Sunday. But it's when ball cricket he played it.
That's equivalent to 100 in hardball cricket.
And that's the thing with win ball cricket, you know. Some guys could real pelt win ball, you know. And they're not playing any hard ball at all, you know. They're just playing win ball cricket. That's another good drive. We start anew over here.
Yeah, they got again continue to middle this ball. Effortless batting.
And this is the thing too. You know, you pretty much playing yourself in, and you know what we saw from Shamar Brooks was he just found ways to rotate the strike. You know, just use his wrist every so often, and just place the ball in the gaps and ran. Somebody like a Javid Miandad was a master at that. You know, Javid would try to score off almost every delivery. And that's because he's not trying to score a boundary off every delivery, but he's, you know, opening the face of the bat, guided pass down behind point, turning the face, get it square the wicket on the onside, away from the field out mid wicket, and you know, to give himself enough time to get a single. And You know, and that's what you want to see from these batsmen. Not taking too many risks, but you're always on the hunt for runs.
Chatting with Anil Raja this morning, we were talking about Balkar and Segram. He will ink out a single anyway for you.
I saw Seagram sometime last year. Still looking good, busy with the Wanderers club.
You know, Yannick Otley looking confident.
And just as you say so, commentators curse, he plays and he misses.
Playing all the ball under his eyes.
So he's really getting himself into a nice groove. He just needs to really just kind of kick on. Don't let the bowlers kind of get a chance to operate on him. Naeem Young trying to maintain that line outside the off stump there. Trying his best to keep down the scoring. Just before the water break there just now, the scoring rate was flipping around at was moving along at a nice clip. Just keeping it tight outside that off stump there and not giving anything away. The end of another over, it's 160 for 4 at the end of it, another maiden.
Well, a bit of a fight back here by this at the wicket, Yannick Otley and Demario Richards, after having lost Sharma Brooks, and quickly after that, the night watchman Motara had to retire hurt, but a rebuilding process here by Otley, who would have some form because his last innings he got to 99, and Demario Richards has not looked all that bad. As a matter of fact, he is scoring a lot quicker than Otley, so they need to stick around for a while longer, try to carry it as close as they could to the 200 and see how best they can manage to get the other 100 runs to take them up to 300, but it's a real battle out there.
And this one is going to just run past the slip. I think they'll get 2 comfortably. So Richards just standing on one foot and then just playing slightly away from the body, but getting enough bat on it. The Guyana Happy Eagles are batting a second time. They have a big lead in first innings, but they've lost an early wicket. They're 6 for 1. Barbados 279 for 8.
How many did Volcanoes ended up making?
113.
113. Well, they're going to be under a lot of pressure because they're going to be batting last in that game.
And they might be facing 400.
Possibly.
To win.
Yeah. I'm a little disappointed here, though, Ruskin, with Naeem Young, the captain of the academy. I don't think he's in the wicket column just yet, but he struggled a bit here. You know, he's been taken around for some runs as well, unlike his opening partner with the fast bowling, Lane. Lane has certainly looked apart. He bowled a lot quicker, he was more hostile, and he picked up wickets as well. And he wasn't all that expensive. I thought that the couple bad balls that he bowled, they were dispatched, but generally he's been fairly economical. And he did bowl with a lot of fire, some very, very decisive bouncers. And as a matter of fact, I thought he outshone Naeem Young, who is probably the one who you'd really be looking at. But so the game goes, Ruskin. Not every day, you know, you would be on the top of your game.
Yeah, it's not that he's bowled badly. He's just
no, not really.
not been consistent with his line. A lot of times, he too has gotten the ball to jump off the wicket on occasions, but probably not as consistently as some of the others. This one kept very low indeed, and certainly Richards living a charmed life there, because Once again, that ball never got off the ground. And we've seen that a couple times, a subterranean rodent. And at the end of the over, it's 162 for 4.
Well, that would not have passed very far from the off stump because the wicketkeeper actually didn't move. And it kept really low. Yeah, I'd have to say that he's lucky that I was not in line with the wicket because had that struck him on the pad, or if he had missed it on the stump, he would have been out. It's a real battle here at the UWI Spec. 162 for 4. Remember the academy, they got to exactly 300. And you never thought that they would have reached 300 yesterday because at one stage they were 129 for 7. And it's the wagging of the tail really that brought them around.
171 runs.
Yeah, the last wicket partnership was how many, Rob?
I think that was 79. They
Motara and
no, not Motara. You're talking about Lane.
yeah, Lane and
Yeah, they put on a big partnership because the last 3 wickets put on 171.
Yeah, right. So we'll be hoping that Motara can resume his
Actually, the last pair
innings.
put on 96
Yeah.
because they came together 204 for 9.
Otley has been in a defensive mood ever since he came in. Didn't get a lot of bad balls or balls that he could have scored off really. But he's a grafter more or less.
Yeah, his 12 runs have come off 38 deliveries. By
Yeah.
comparison, Richards has 29 and he has used up the same 38 deliveries.
Well, Otley would be a lot more experienced than most of the players on the team that he's playing with. I mean, bar Sharma Brooks, you know, he's probably one of the most experienced out there, and he realizes that he has to stay in the wicket as long as possible. Even though he's not scoring as quickly as his other partners, he needs to stay up there. And I'm sure once he gets really set and he gets a couple boundaries, I think he might flourish and really show us, you know, what he's worth with the bat.
But the other part of the equation is that this ball is going to get softer and softer. We're in the 54th over now.
Yeah.
So we're at that stage where the ball is, it's other than keeping low, it's not going to do much else than that, and maybe the occasional one jumping from off a good length.
Added to that, it's not going to be traveling quickly to the boundary as well.
It's gone for 1, and he wanted a second, but that would have been suicidal had he gone back for that second run. So it brings the left-handed Richards on strike.
Well, they're sticking to this plan really of bowling the pieces from this end Ruskin and the spinners from the other end.
Giving the bowlers to bowl downhill, but although there's a little incline here because it's a good turtleback surface.
But just for the sake of variety, you can switch a couple of the bowlers. I mean, let a spinner or two come from this end and let one or two of the pieces come from the other end. I mean, it's entirely different scenario for the batsman. Whoa. We've seen some good short pitch bowling as well, though. Well, Naeem Young is back on the ball. He has none for 51. This is his 14th over. So he's really struggling to get into the wickets column.
I think he too had one of the catches went down off his bowling. So
Okay.
So he would be a little bit disappointed that he hasn't picked up a pepper just yet. But he's trying, and Richards is
But I think
not cooperating with him. 163 for 4.
to be honest, Ruskin, I thought that Johan Lane looked, more promising than him. You know, have a look at Lane's figures: 13 overs, 51 runs, 2 wickets, 41 runs, 2 wickets. Young 14 overs, no wickets. Let's see how much runs he got. 51 runs as well. Both of them had catches being put down of their bowling. You know, that probably was the one flaw I saw there, that they didn't take their catches. Probably would have been in a much better position.
Definitely, because both teams would have suffered as a result of drop catches. You consider yesterday the top scorer was dropped when he was in 14. He ended up getting 76 not out. If you take away that 50 plus runs, and you have a totally different scoreline to work with. So it's just it's a quiet period here now where the batsmen are really digging in. The bowlers are trying their best to keep things tight. Not much happening, just...
Well, one of the things that neither of the teams would want here is that any of them get in a sizable lead. If they should get a sizable lead, any team, they're going to be putting a lot of pressure on the other team, especially the team that will be batting last. We expect that tomorrow the wicket might be turning a bit more. We have already seen signs of it keeping low. So if there is some bite and turn as well, that can make batting last a real problem. So
the thing is, I haven't seen in the two games that I've seen here. I really haven't seen the wicket turn much at all.
no,
If anything, it goes to bed,
yeah.
and it's really slow turn. Even on the fourth day, what has been the most telling thing is the height. A lot of deliveries tend to stay down.
Yeah.
So as a batsman, you have to be very watchful and try to stay on your front foot as much as possible.
Well, I don't know if the finger spinners are imparting sufficient spin on the ball to actually get it to turn. We haven't seen any wrist spinners on the team. That's the academy team. They tend to turn it a bit more than the finger spinners.
None of the spinners, not whether it's wrist spin, finger spin, whatever, they have a real hard time finding turn on the wicket. It's the end of the over, 163 for 4 at the end of it.
Well, the wicket itself is not offering a lot of turn. As I was saying earlier on, that probably from tomorrow, after lunch, you might see it turning a bit more, gripping a bit more. It should be a bit more dusty because it's very dry out there, and it should get a bit more dusty. This is when the ball will grip and turn more. But having said that, we've seen a couple good fast bowlers on show here.
See Alain probably coming back into the attack now. It's been a while, and Worrell is going to get a bowl.
Well, the ground staff has come on to the field. They're going to do some patch-up work at the bowler's foot mark or the foothold.
Yeah, we've had this a lot in a week ago in the last game. So you're seeing the groundsmen coming on and rendering assistance here. So now the players can get on with the game at hand. So it's 163 for 4. Actually, it's Allen who is going to pick up the attack, not Worrell. Worrell had the ball, but he's just there offering support at mid-off. And I could tell you Allen has had a change of shirt because I could see the number now. When he was bowling earlier, I said he bowled out his number. He found a shirt with a number on it, number 40, big and bold.
Well, he should be fairly fresh because he's only bowled 3 overs so far. I thought that Naim Young and Lane, they did the brunt of the bowling for the fast bowlers. Still can't understand why he's not trying out the spinners off the top end and 2 of the pacers at the southern end. But I was asking the same sort of questions yesterday about Shama Brooks Ruskin. You know, when they were not getting wickets and he was not looking to try anything new. You know, I was disappointed with his captaincy yesterday at certain times because when you have a side 129 for 7 and the tail just, you know, doing what they want and you're not trying anything new, you know, it disappoints you.
And here's a little bit of lift there from Alain.
Huh?
First ball causing problems, a bit of bunks. Of course, coming from around the wicket, and Richards having to try to play it on that angle, coming in at him from around the wicket, probably angling into the left-hander. Should he get it to straighten, cause a lot of problems as well.
Well, the news at the Queen's Park Oval is that Barbados, they would have almost 100 lead. More than 100 because they were bowled out for 279. And Trinidad, remember, they had made 172. So anything in excess of 100 lead could be pressure for the TNT Red Force. So that would be interesting there.
So combined campuses and colleges now just chipping away here. And I think that's what they're setting themselves to probably make a really big score here. Try and get some kind of a lead and put pressure on the academy.
Well, what is not helping the academy here, or CCC here, is because the runs have dried up a bit. When the earlier batsmen were batting, the runs were flowing Ruskin. They were scoring a lot quicker, but things have slowed up drastically here. Yannick Otley is on 13 or 46 deliveries. And Mario Richards, who is scoring much quicker, he's on 24 or 42. So the run rate has definitely dropped quite considerably.
I suppose that is probably the plan as well, especially after they lost Shamar Brooks. They probably felt, you kind of like have to dig in now and not give it away, because you lose a wicket or two now and you're pretty much, the tail coming at you. And stroking this one, that one has gotten through. Might only get a single though. And a nice little diving effort there from Jordan Johnston.
Thought he did well to get his hands to that and partially stopped it. He kept it to a single. At least there would have been 2 to 3 runs in that, or even it would have gone for 4. So not a bad bit of fielding there.
This is excellent fielding on his part at that point position, but he's now withdrawn to deep square leg for the left-handed Richards. Just the one slip, and kind of I don't even want to call him a gully, but he's more of a short backward point. And this one again is lifting, good line, good height as well.
Well, we've been saying for a while that the wicket has settled down quite nicely and it's quite easy pace. But every time the fast bowlers bowl the short, quick delivery, I mean, they're getting fair enough bounce. They've created quite a lot of problems for the batsmen. They've gotten a couple of wickets with the short pitch deliveries. They even had one of the batsmen having to retire hurt after being struck with a short pitch delivery.
Another no ball, and so we've seen a couple of these now. The bowlers overstepping, and that's a real cardinal sin. Alain, who's just running a few pieces, overstepping. So 2 more to the kitty. 166 for 4 now. So all the while they're just chipping away. 134 more required. And they ran the first one quickly. They thought about the second. And then you could hear the loud no.
A good piece of work with the man at backward square leg. He realized that he had to come in quickly to prevent that the batsman go back for a second run. So he was really on the ball there.
166 for 4 at the end of the over. 56 overs now completed. Opportunity really for these two to really put their heads down and build a big partnership. Could very well be a match-winning partnership if they can get it up to 100 and beyond.
Well, the game is evenly poised, and I think regardless of what happens from here, I think this game is going to be a very close game, and it's going to go all the way down to the wire. Remember, there's still 2 days and a session remaining here, Ruskin.
It's a lot of time.
Yeah, quite a lot of time.
Yeah.
And you know that the wicket is going to deteriorate, so quite likely we might have a decisive result here. Either one of the teams is going to win outright. We don't know who yet. So this is why this game is so tense and gripping. Red Force up against it at the Queen's Park Oval. They have been led by 100 and a few. So they would have to bat a lot better than they did in the first innings. A bit fortunate that the lead is just 100 and a few, but the way they batted yesterday, they will have to say that they're a bit lucky. But Barbados would be going all out to try to dismiss them for a small score. And across in the other game with the RP Eagles, they have put themselves in a very strong position. And they have really put the brakes on the Windward Island Volcanoes. Volcanoes now, if they should go down here, they'd be losing 2 games straight. After they started so nicely, they won 3 games on the trot. They were beaten by the Red Force in the last game, and now they're looking like they're in real trouble against the Harpy Eagles. So, very interested indeed this year's tournament. And not a lot of points separate the first 5-6 teams. I mean, the first team is 67.4, and the 6th place team 46.2. So really, really close call here. After this round of matches, we should have a much clearer picture as to how and in which direction the title would be heading.
It certainly will it sets up the last set of matches, quite nicely.
Yeah.
This here is 167 for 4. This game is not over by any
No.
stretch of the imagination.
Not
I
that
mean,
long.
a good partnership here can put the CCC in a commanding position where not only can they overcome the 300, but, post some kind of a lead themselves. Utley has that formula that he feels works. He was slow in the game, that he got his 99, and he's come here and done the same thing.
Even the Mario Richard as well has been pretty quiet in the last half hour. He started off with a flurry of shots, and I thought that he was just going to continue from where Brooks and Motara had left it, but he's been kept quiet because the bowling has been pretty good. They're not really giving a lot away. I'm sure they'll be hoping that Lane can return to the ball pretty quickly.
Once again, Alain not going through with it. He probably just misses this run up.
That's not the top.
Again, bonks causing a little bit of discomfort for the batsman.
fairly defensive field as well. Just a one slip. There's a gully. No one down at the third man boundaries. There's a man at point. There's a cover and a mid-off. That's the field on the offside, and on the onside you've got a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a man just forward of the square leg umpire, and a deep fine leg. So fairly defensive field. As Aline runs away from us. Well, once more he misses his run.
He's not comfortable. I don't know
Around
if it's
the
because
wicket?
he's around the wicket, or if it's just the thing is because he has to kind of push up the hill. It's not a downhill run as you normally would get at the northern end on most grounds. Because this ground is sloped nicely all around, even for the top end for bowlers, there's a little incline. And again, Richards hitting it hard, but hits it hard into the ground. Really does. He's now trying to transition from defense into attack. It isn't always the easiest thing to do. Once you've gotten yourself into that shell, to put away the bad ball sometimes could prove to be a bit of a challenge for a batsman who operates on the cautious side and doesn't want to make any kind of rash shot.
Aline seems to be struggling a bit. I don't know if it's his run up. He doesn't look comfortable.
I don't think he wants to extend his run up by any means, lengthen it by any means.
So no young wrist spinners in the Caribbean, Ruskin? I haven't seen any of them on this
But there are a few.
on
Like
this
you saw-
academy team.
Not on the academy. You have Morata who's bowling.
Yeah, well,
on
I
on
was
the
talking
CCC
about the
team.
talking about the academy team.
They're gonna for a single. He's gonna have to hurry, and he didn't pick it up cleanly. He got to the ball and couldn't release it in time, so the batsmen were still able to go through for the single. But that was another chance there for them to probably effect a run out. And I think if we ever look at the academy of the CCC team, they too might be short of another bowler, another frontline bowler, specialist bowler. But they do have some good all-round cricketers. And well played again. Not in the best position to play it, but kept it on well, Utley. He goes inching along his merry way to end the over, and at the end of it, it's 169 now for 4. So this pair also putting together a neat little partnership, just keeping 170 rather for 4, keeping the West Indies Academy at bay for the moment, and kind of grinding them for a while, because like I said, the ball is getting softer by the over, and so they must be thinking, if we just stay with it, keep them bowling, staying in the hot sun, who knows. So we now slip on a silly mid-off. The forward short leg has come over on the offside. So they're not really doing too much by way of penetration at the moment, the academy bowlers, but they're just keeping it tight. They're not really giving too much away, especially the spinners. They are just chaining over, keeping the batsman quiet.
Did Ned bowl from over the wicket at any time in this inning? He did? Okay.
After he got swept for those couple of boundaries, he changed his
Okay.
line of attack.
He needs to do it, you know, keep bowling an over or so from over the wicket just for the variety. Come from another angle. You know, there are times that the batsman would get accustomed with you if you're bowling from just one
He's
spot.
cut in this one, but again, it's getting in the way and making another fine stop. Ogist. Ogist, one of the substitute fielders.
Actually not taking any chances at all. There are just two men on the onside who are trying to save a single-handed forward short leg. If you had a more adventurous batsman, they certainly would have been looking to hit across the line and score some runs behind square or even more in front of square on the onside.
This time he's cut in and not able to make the kind of contact that he wants. Again, a lack of pace. He has to generate the power himself. It's the end of the over, and at the end of it is 170 for 4 now, as the West Indies Academy posted 300 all out, and the combined campuses and colleges 170 for 4. So they still have 6 wickets, including the young man Zishan Motara, who retired hurt on a well-played 55. So Joshua Bishop is going to change ends.
I think Raja was making a good point there, you know, about using the bowlers differently from the bottom end.
We do have a spinner at this top end now, so Bishop is operating. So the two spinners might be operating simultaneously. Both of them are similar. Both of them are left-arm orthodox spinners.
I think Naim Young lose a little trick there by when at the lunch break he should have brought back after Lane finished, he should have brought back Lane with a little more pace.
Well, he's done away with Allen now, and he's gone back to Bishop.
Lane didn't look that aggressive in the second spell though. And I think this is what Bishop has started here is very good. Slower. Bowling the ball a little slower.
Well, he did toss that one up, but it was outside the off stump. Here he is, that's 4 runs. From the moment it left the bat. I was just about to say that if he tosses it up out there, you know Richards is going to jump on him at some point. And because he doesn't have any protection out in the deep. The 4 men on the offside, or the 3 men on the offside are all, he has a mid-off that is a regulation, he has a deepish cover, and he has a backward point. All of them are almost the same distance from the bat, so they're in a straight line almost. And he just cracked it in between the mid-off and the cover. And that one went right through him there. How did he miss that, he's probably saying, but it went through with the arm. No real spin.
That takes the score to 174 for 4 and the 59.3 overs.
So 126 now, trailing by. So they're inching towards it.
And I think the last half an hour CCC has really slowed down a bit in the scoring rate.
Yeah, these two have kind of dropped anchor and decided that they're going to grind the academy bowlers a little bit. Let's let them burn in the hot sun. Some just taking the time with them. Again, Bishop getting through his overs quickly. 1 for 33 at the end of that one. It's 174 for 4.
It's really the heat out there, and I think it's really tough on the fielding team. But they are youngsters and they are emerging players, so this is what they have to fight it out.
It's the same sun, and the sun is about close to 100 degrees right now. It's hot.
Richards on 30 from 55 deliveries, and Yannick Otley on 16 from 62 deliveries. Joshua Bishop 1 for 33 in 14 overs. I'm a bit surprised that this emergent West Indies don't have a backhand spinner or even an off spinner.
We're looking at Ned continuing. So the
went in with same backhand bowlers.
two left-arm orthodox spinners. They have the three seamers, the two orthodox spinners. They probably just need somebody to do a little bit of something. There's a quicker delivery, almost getting through there. And Otley again, fairly square as he kept that one out of his pads. These two have added 48 already. Taking a while. But given the state of the game, it's another crucial partnership.
I think if CCC bats out there today, they could be close to that score or even a little 10-15 runs above.
There he is again on the back foot. He's going to get a single. And good hustle in the field. A couple of the substitutes are out.
See, Ned is bowling with a deep backward square for the right hander, and I haven't seen a ball reach there for the last 5 overs when he's bowling to the right hander.
His line is pretty good towards off stump, and here goes Richards. That's over his head, and was 1-2 bounces into the long on boundary, and you can't bring it up too far. So that's a 50-run partnership between these two. So these two are doing very well. 179 now for the loss of 4 wickets. And the last wicket fell at 126. So they've more than done their part here. Now I suppose it's time for them to try to push on. And more runs here. This one is going to run close to the boundary. It's not going to get there. I don't think it has the legs to get there. And they're going to be happy with just the 2 runs. Alain giving chase. So they've all of a sudden picked up the scoring.
179 for 4.
Yeah, that should be 181 now with that.
181 for 4.
Yep, 181 for 4. And Richards is on to 36 now. And looking more and more comfortable at the wicket, and we all know he's a fairly fast scorer, so when he wants to anyway, but now he's kind of decided he probably wants to bat for a long period of time. T is not too far off, so he probably feels he could see it out to T and then maybe come back and extend himself a little bit.
I think in the last 45 minutes, the West Indies emergent players, I think they're just looking for something to happen. They're not actually making something happen.
It is tough out in the middle out there. It's another hot, scorching day, and I think these players, and it could be the accumulation as well, in the sense that they would have done this in other games as well, where they would have been forced to spend long hours in the hot sun. Your mind could play tricks on you. And yeah, they're going to come for a quick single. They're going to get it to caught Alain sitting back there on his heels at mid-off.
Well judged.
Yep, and initially he didn't call it, but once he saw the fielder kind of standing there waiting, caught him napping. and they were able to get a single. Allen seemed to be jogging. He seemed to be hobbled a little bit, so it might be that he has something wrong with his leg. And
Yes.
that's another good delivery.
I thought
from Bishop.
his second spell was he didn't really charge in like the first spell he had. So probably
If you look at him down there at middle, and he just seems as if he's hobbling.
yeah.
But I think the two substitutes are already on the wicket. This one is in the air again, just over the head of the man at extra cover, going close to the boundary, but they'll be happy with two. Richard's not really connecting as well as he would like.
I think he has gone into a different gear now. He's attacking the spinners.
He obviously wants to probably get on with things here. He knows that he can score quickly. And once the bowlers, as they say, once the bowlers cooperate, he will put runs on the board. He's up to 38 now, so he's batted well, probably thinking of a half century. And again, another good delivery. Now, whether that hit the glove and went down, the keeper probably had a chance at it.
I think Richards had like he has found the formula. There's room in the air.
Yep. Always room in the air. And this time he's watchful. He remains 38-18 to Utley. CCC now 184 for 4.
After 62 overs. I think Utley and Richards are playing the ideal role here for CCC. They have started to come at the bowling now, especially Richards.
Yeah, they definitely changed gears here a little bit, trying to see if they can maybe push on and up the tempo somewhat.
Yannick is more accumulator of runs. He will stay there and bat, and just accumulate runs.
But that's exactly what the CCC needs now.
Yes.
You need somebody. It's ironic. You know, if you have somebody like a Shamar Brooks who makes batting look so easy, and somebody like Yannick Utley who can just stay there at the other end and, like you say, accumulate his runs. That's a good combination there, because one man is keeping the door shut and the other one can fill up the bucket at the other end. But we see Richards trying to do that. He's trying to take that aggressive route somewhat, but he also had to play responsibly to get this partnership going, and they've done well. They've put on 50 plus together now. Actually, they are now trying to see if they could get this up to maybe the 200 mark and beyond. And that one kept very low, bowled him. Again, it's the playing on the back foot on the wicket. It's really a recipe for disaster here. And that one kept very low indeed. And he's bowled is 184 now for 5.
I thought it was a little bit quicker delivery. Didn't get up. Utley was on his back foot. Paid the penalty for that.
So that is the fall of the 5th wicket. So just after they got past their 50-run partnership and he was looking to maybe expand things a little bit, they've lost another wicket.
This is the second day we are seeing things like this happening. If this game go deep into the 4th day.
Romario Graves, who had that brilliant knock against the Leeward Islands, where he top scored with 75. Actually, Goodrich got 75. Graves got 58, and they put on a great partnership. But it was a fast scoring partnership because they were both hitting the ball very, very hard.
Yeah, the CCC team have some batting in the depth there for him to be coming at number 7.
Yeah, they need these all-rounders now to probably put their hands up and try to take them as close as possible. If they don't get past the 300, get them as close as they possibly can. And yeah, he's gonna get a run immediately. I don't think he expected it, but he's gonna take it.
That takes the score to 184 for 5. Richards on 38 of 62 deliveries. Greaves just got off the mark, 1 from 1.
Yes, it's 185 for 5 now, and Richards, who's on 38. Now Richards has to be careful. I'm sure he has to keep one eye on the T interval, and just to make sure that they don't lose another wicket before the interval. Just when you get there, you kind of assess the situation, see where you are, and try to make whatever plan it is you have, and try to put that plan into play. So you still have a couple useful little hitters to come, including Goodrich, who has set top score with a gutsy half century. Graves got a half century to go along with his 5 wickets. So they all have capabilities. Like I say, all the players on these teams have talent. It's about executing and showing that talent and then being consistent with it.
That's right. Ned has gone 2 for 35 in 16 overs. And basically, this boat team is a West Indies development, and you have seen some fairly good performance from them.
It's the reason why, because it's all about development, and they're developing them holistically. So they're learning about bowling long spells. Being consistent with your bowling. Learning to run between wickets. Just everything about the game.
Being in the field for a lengthy time too.
Being in the field, but keeping the energy levels up.
Yeah.
And bowling to left-handers, bowling to right-handers, bowling to them in tandem. All the different things, because that's what you're going to face at the higher level. And the difference now is you're going to find batsmen who are probably with better skills, and you have to know how you're going to get them out, or at least try to get them out, if not how to keep them quiet. That's a peach of a delivery.
I think in the last 3 overs, things starting to happen with the bowling team here. The wickets seem to be a little different.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have the 2 left-arm orthodox spinners operating at the same time. He allows that one to go. It's 185 for 5, another maiden.
I think Naim Young handled this unit fairly alright so far. Maybe 1 or 2 little I thought he should have brought back Ali instead of himself, but he handled his team perfectly on the field.
And again, even in that area, in the area of captaincy, you could see some of the areas where they can work and get better at it. But in order to do that, you have to be in the situation.
That's right.
It's one thing to be sitting on the sideline and seeing things. It's another thing when you're out there and you have to worry about bowling changes, field placings. You then have to worry about the batsmen, what they're doing. And as a captain on a young team like this, you're also thinking for others as well. So there's a lot on your plate. So you have to be on top of your game. And in Shamar Brooks's case, he may not have another senior player, although Yannick has been around for a long while. Just somebody who could come in his ear and say, maybe we should do this now, try something here, without trying to take over the team. Start mutiny in the club. That's a
It's a
good
good
drive. That's
drive.
going to race away. It may get there. I'm not sure if it will. No, he's just able to hold it in, and they're going to come back for two comfortably.
This was not going to raise a point about Shamar Brooks with the CCC. They are fortunate to have him there. You know, at least he will pass on some knowledge to these young fellas on the CCC team. And I think if they look at him and how he operates, they will learn a lot from him, from his batting and his leadership qualities too.
I know he must be bitterly disappointed he got out at the time that he got out, because he looked to be in such
He
good form.
He
Yep.
looks really good.
So it's 187 for 5 in this session, which is with lunch right around the corner.
T.
With tea rather right around the corner. They have added 83 runs in this session so far, which is not going to, but I was anticipating maybe 100 runs in each session, so they'd have been probably past the 200 run total by now, but they're not far away. They're just 13 runs adrift of that. And, but more importantly, they've kind of kept things steady. They've only lost the 2 wickets, and, but they've kept the scoreboard ticking along, sometimes slower, sometimes faster.
I think they punished the bad balls, which was the ideal thing in it, today, after they came out from lunch.
So that is the end of the over. That should be T. On day 2 here, it's 187 for 5 at T. With Richards on 40. So we'll take a break here. Graves is 1. It's 187 for 5, 40 to Richards. And CCC just knocking at the door here, trying to see if they could close that door, so to speak, and get on level terms here. But they have some ways to go. It's 187 for 5, 113 runs adrift at the moment, with half the team back in the pavilion. How they go in the final session, we'll have that when we come back. As we welcome you back here to the UE Spec here in St. Augustine. It's 187 for 5 now after 65 overs, as they trail by 113 runs at the moment. DeMario Richards is on 40, and this is the period when they probably needs to find a way to just to kick on here and try to maybe get as close to, if not surpass, the 300 set by the West Indies Academy. So it's the pair of Richards and Graves who are at the wicket right now. It's going to be Joshua Bishop to continue. So the two left-arm orthodox spinners operating in tandem. Just to give you some other scores, the Guyana Happy Eagles 308 and 8 and 59 for 1. The Rhode Islands Volcanoes bowled out for 113. The TNT Red Force 172 and 9 for 1. And the Barbados Pride 279 is the score in that encounter. So here we go. I think it was Mohan. It's the wicket to fall for Trinidad and Tobago. 187 for 5 here. Graves on 1 is waiting on Bishop. So a chance here now to see who could really take some kind of an advantage or decisive advantage in this game here. Will it be wickets or will it be runs? They're going to go for a quick single and get it comfortably as well. So Graves doubles up his score. He goes to 2 now. And Richards, who is probably the man that all eyes will be on here, is on 40. I'm sure he would like to get a half century as well. We already saw the young man Motara get a half century before being forced to retire hurt. There's a possibility he could come back to bat. Got struck in his hand twice. The second one looked like a painful blow somewhere in the wrist, and couldn't grip the bat at the time. I'm not sure if they had x-rays done. And there's a long one, so there's an easy single once again. No pressure there. Johnson coming off the boundary to do the fielding. Bishop pitching up nicely. Actually doing the smart thing. He's really taking a lot of pace out of the deliveries. He's giving it a fair amount of air without over pitching, and asking the batsman to apply the power to it. But the over comes to an end. 189 for 5 at the end of it.
Pleasant good afternoon to you and all our viewers again, Ruskin. And we have seen the resumption of play here after tea. In the first session from this morning till lunch, we saw 2 wickets go down and 93 runs were added to the total. And in the other session from lunch till tea, 2 wickets went down as well, and they scored 83. So they fell just 10 short of the first session this morning in terms of runs, but they lost the same amount of wickets. Remember yesterday they had lost just 1 wicket. So 5 wickets down. We have a batsman who is retired hurt, that is Motara. We're hoping that he'll be able to resume. So pretty slow going in the last session, just a 10 runs slower than the morning session. And you would have expected that because most of the frontline batsmen are back in the pavilion, and Yannick Otley as well. He took quite a long while and was very slow while he was out there. But they have got a purpose, and that is to stay out there as long as possible. So it is quite evenly poised here with the score on 189 for 5. And as I've been saying earlier on, I think this game is going to go all the way down to the wire. It's going to be a very close call, regardless of who wins. It's going to be a very close match. But it's nice gripping cricket. Slow at times, but this is expected. So for the first time as well, Ruskin, I was always calling to see one of the spinners operate from this end here, the northern end. And we're now seeing Joshua Bishop, it is, I think, who started at this end here. So I don't know if he's going to bring a pacer from the other end as well to add some variety to the attack. But it's good
like
to see
Ned
that
Ned
they probably did some
continue.
homework at the interval.
But Ned is going to continue from that bottom end. So the two left-arm orthodox spinners operating just like they were just before the interval. So they're basically just continuing from where they left off. At the break. So now they're probably gonna try and see if they could get some wickets, and that's a good hit. That one is well away from anybody, and that's gone down the boundary for 4 runs. Over the head of the man at mid-off. And another good solid blue.
What I like about the Mario Richards, he is quite, prepared to take on the bowlers once the field is in, and he doesn't mind taking risks. And that's about the third time we've seen him go over the top once
And,
the field is inside.
Yeah, he's trying to just paddle that one away. And all he needed was some decent contact on that. That had good pace on it.
But there's a man at short fine leg there, Ruskin. I mean, he played it earlier on before the tea interval, and he got 4 for it, but they posted a man there, and if he had made proper contact with that, he probably could have hit it straight in the man at short fine leg.
And here they go again, another well-judged single. Well, he played it twice, but he was bowling from around the wicket at the time. And he hit it squarer for 4, then he hit it finer for 4. Now that he's gone over the wicket, he hasn't played it much. He tried it there, but he didn't make any contact with it. 194 now for 5. And, so they're inching closer to that 200 mark. And then they'll try to get it down under 200. They need another 6 runs to get to that 200 deficit. And, so it's a number of different things going on, games within the game. 194 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah, they would have to settle back in because they've lost Yannick Otley just before the interval. He was looking to play on the back foot to a ball that kept very low, and he was bowled. But he was doing a pretty good job of playing on the back foot all the time because he's been very watchful. And even though some of the deliveries were keeping low, he was still able to get the bat right behind it and prevent it from getting on the stump. But this time, I thought that one really kept low. It almost rolled along the ground and he was out bowled.
It hit the base of the stump, and
Yeah.
we saw that in the first innings as well. When he was bowling, the ball almost rolled along the ground and hit the base of the stump. So there is that element in the wicket. And then we also saw a couple jump from a good length. Really took off. And Richards always looks full of intent. And when he's on defense, he's purely in defense. And when he's attacking, well, then he's throwing the kitchen sink at it. And there he is with that little paddle, that little deflection down the leg side. Not trying to hit it hard, he's really using the pace of the bowler. There he goes again. This one is peeling off an outside edge. It's running down to third man. It's not going to get to the boundary. And they're going to be happy with 2. So that should take him to 48 now. 2 away from a half century.
Well, once he's decided to go after the bowling, he's not really holding back. I haven't seen him check any shot. Once he decides, look, I'm going over the top, he's going with it. That one took a tick outside it and it went down to a 5-turn man area.
And again, pitching up is Bishop. Not afraid to give it air. He's actually challenging Richards to come after it. And now he's changing the angle a little bit. He's going around the wicket.
Powerful guy as well, the Mario Richards. Stocky looking guy.
He wants a single, but it's not there. That would have been suicidal. Lane was just ambling in, wishing that they would go through with the single. So 196 now for 5. Again, he's trying to deflect it and he gets it fine. He's going for 1. They're going to get the second run. Naeem Young is after it, and they'll be happy with 2. That's his 50. So 50 with 81 from 81 balls with 6 fours, and it's 198 for 5 now at the end of the over. So 81 balls for his 50. Motara made his 50 from 111 balls.
So that's the second batsman on the academy team to score a half century. Not a bad knock there by Mario Richards. He was prepared to take on the bowling, and he was not afraid to play shots, and he's been rewarded with a half century.
Would you believe no one has scored 100 just yet for the CCC? And this is the 5th round of the tournament. 99, of course, would have been the best. And here they go again for a very well judged single. This time they had Lane on his heels there, and nothing he could do about that run. 199 now for 5. So just 101 runs adrift at the moment. And once again, it's almost as if the man standing at mid-off is like a 1-run boundary. So that's 200 on the board now. And not much that Joshua James could do down there at mid-off. He's just walking in to collect the ball. It's a single every time. He's going across the line of that one. He was really trying to sweep, but it's a delivery that was not there for sweeping. It was much too close to him, and he certainly was living dangerously there. And Graves trying to get on with things.
That shot reminded me of something there, Ruskin. You would have to laugh.
And they want a single, and they will get it now because it's another misfield. Joshua Dawn not able to pick it up on that occasion.
Well, that was a comedy of errors there, because when he tried to stop the get back, he actually slipped. And had the fieldsman collected that ball cleanly, he would have been gone.
Yeah, great, because Richards was sending him back.
That shot he played previously when he tried to sweep Yorker, Ruskin, it remind me of Richard Gabriel. When he described, I think someone of the Jamaican players, can't recall if it was Herbert Chang, when he played a shot similar to that, and his non-striker partner at the other end, ball out, was that him tried to sweep a Yorker?
But the thing about that is that, there's some batsmen, when they're in such good form, even the Yorkers and all, they're able to get away with that by sweeping it. Which is not the preferred shot delivery that full up to you. But he survives. It's 201 now for 5. So they're 99 away now. So the countdown is on.
Well, you said they would be scoring at least 100 possession, and you're on track. They're thereabouts right now. So they have an entire session here to get the other 100 runs to be on par with the academy.
So now it's also a question of, can they hold their wickets. You know, can
Yeah,
these two
this would make the difference.
can these two put together another partnership, maybe another 50, 60 run partnership, and get them close? Now, if Romario Graves sticks around for an extended period of time, he is the type of batsman that will chance his hands, and if he gets away with it, he can score quickly. But we already seen Richards can change his gears when he wants to. So Lane is back after a bit of a breather. They've decided, look, let's see if we could end this now. They brought in 2 for 45. Well, that's Ned, who has 2 wickets already. Lane has 2.
Well, he certainly has been the pick of the bowlers here this today.
2 for 41 so far.
Yeah.
And immediately he's pitching up. So he might be a little bit stiff, having bowled this morning, bowled well, and then got a bit of a breather. So once the blood goes cold, and even though it's hot outside, it still takes a little while to get the engine running again, to get all the parts loose. And again, Graves having a go outside that off stump there, nowhere near the ball.
Well, he has a man at the forward square leg boundary on the leg side, and there's also the fine leg. So no doubt when, as you says, when he gets the machine warmed up, he might be hitting in a couple of short pitch deliveries, because he has been successful with it. Created quite a bit of problems for the earlier batsmen with the short pitch deliveries, Lane.
And I'm almost certain that Graves will take up the challenge. He's not the kind of batsman that will back down from the short ball. Doesn't always hook it right, because he's never really in the ideal position to make the shot.
I would have liked to see another slip for him, though. Remember, he got a couple balls to come off the edge and went to second slip. Catches were not taken. Probably might do it in the second over. Wow, look at that. Still getting that ball to bounce quite high for an easy pace wicket.
He's a tall man, so that is to be expected. The challenge for the batsman is to judge the length. And so if he pitches it at a certain length, you want to anticipate the height that the ball would go. So you want to know if he should play it or if he should leave it alone. The challenge, though, is the speed at which he bowls them. You don't always have that kind of time, that much time. And this time he gets it through the gap, and that's going to race away for another boundary. It's just holding up, but it gets there in the end. And that's 4 good-looking runs. A long chase there for, looks like Joshua James, but he can't pull it in.
Well, that was too wide, really, and short as well. I don't mind it being short, but when you give the batsman so much room, you're asking to be hit. And that was very well played as well by Romario Graves. We haven't seen Joshua James on the ball, Ruskin. He sends down a few as well, some medium pace stuff. But we haven't seen him with the ball yet.
Not yet. So that completes the over from Lane. His first of a new spell. He has 2 for 45. And at the end of that over, it's 205 now for 5.
You were getting some scores from the Queen's Park Oval, Ruskin. You were saying couple of the wickets went down.
Just the 1 wicket to
One?
fall. Was 9 for 1. Yeah, and over 59 for 1. So
Okay.
they're looking to build a big total. Maybe they get a second innings in excess of 200, 250. That would be real pressure for the Windward Islands. I'm sure they wouldn't want to lose 2 in a row, but that's pretty likely now, given the state of that game and the fact that the Windward Islands will be batting last on that wicket.
please. All right, take it down, take it down. Why are you? It's going to be Ashmin Net continuing and a tick outside edge hesitation.
Yep, it's like yes, no, and you would hope that they will kind of sort it out because it's not the first time that it has happened.
But it was a fairly easy single and the non-striker was calling for it. It was his call. I can't understand the hesitation there with Demario Richards. Almost got themselves in a tangle there for a very easy single.
And Alain wasn't the type of fieldsman who was going to attack the ball.
Well, he had already settled for a single.
So this is a period here where the bat would probably like to dominate the ball a little bit. They have two batsmen who can be ultra aggressive at times. But Ned is doing a good job keeping them quiet. He does his little jingle with the bails, switch them around. Let's see if it worked. Good delivery once more, but Graves is very watchful at this now. So the right-handed Graves is on it from 25 deliveries. He's normally the kind of guy who would just like to come and smash it around, but the situation requires a different approach. Here he goes hard, and it's hit hard back to the bowler. And Ned says, fighting fire with fire, rifles the return to the keeper.
No, Mario Graves had to take quick, evasive action there.
How dare you come onto the front foot and drive me? And good anticipation again under the bat there by Worrell. It's the end of the over, and at the end of it, it's 206 for 5. Just a 1 run coming from that over. So Lane is going to continue, and first over was more of a little bit of a loosener for him. Let's see if he can crank it up now. And Richards meeting him with the full face of the bat. Really got a half century here. I'm sure he'll be thinking in terms of doubling that. Has every opportunity here to do exactly that.
I haven't seen a delivery going catching height through the gully in this game of the paceman just yet, Ruskin. And we've seen quite a few going catching height to second slip. We've got a third man in position, so why not put the gully into second slip? I think you'd have more chance of a catch coming at second slip than at gully. I mean, the ball is fairly full as well, so it's not going to be that bounce.
And that's the thing, the second slip is not really a second slip. Well, the gully is
like a third or fourth slip?
Like a third or fourth slip. So,
but still, it isn't even
wide.
going there.
There's this one played all along the ground. He had to wait on it. And was able to make the contact with it. To 207 now for 5. So Demario Richards getting a half century. It's on 53 at the moment. And of course that man Zishan Mutara with 55, the top scorer so far. But he is retired hurt. I'm sure he would love to come back. Maybe with 300, 330, 340 on the board, and they tell him we'll get some quick runs. So he could just come and throw the bat. He did all the hard work this morning.
Well, how many wickets fell since he went off the field? 1 or 2? 2?
When he went off, I think he was still batting when Brooks got out.
That was 4 wickets.
And so that was the 4th wicket.
Okay, just the 1 wicket.
So it's just the 1 wicket to fall since.
Well, he might probably come in if another wicket should fall. Depends on how he's feeling or how bad the injury is.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he's going to come before Goodrich, because Goodrich has proven himself to be a pretty good low order batsman. Just like this man is. And that's gloriously played for 4 runs. Romario Graves picking up from where he left off with that 58 against the Leeward Islands. And James again is chasing after it, but purely for retrieval purposes.
Well, that's the second delivery he has overpitched outside off, and he paid the penalty for that. 2 glorious shots there from Romario Graves. That one was a quite exquisite shot. Onto the front foot, a very high back lift, bat flowing straight through the line of the delivery and beating the man at cover. Well, James has decided to stay out at deep extra cover. As a matter of fact, he's coming back in. Yeah, he's coming normal cover. There's a short extra cover as well. Well,
another lifting delivery that clocks the batsman.
Well, you don't cover drive the fast bowler like that and don't expect him to come back at you.
He was trying to take evasive action, but he kind of ducked into the ball. Luckily, it hit him somewhere in the chest. To his credit, though, he doesn't even rub. However, the over comes to an end. 2-11 for the loss of 5 wickets. The physio, though, is out to take a look.
Well, he's bowled some pretty good bouncers here today. Quick, right on line, and he has struck a couple batsmen quite often as well.
Well, they're checking the helmet, which they normally do, just to see if it's compromised in any way.
I think it's once you're struck on the helmet, you have to go through the concussion test. I know that's what they're doing there.
Yeah, they look for bruising.
Well, they're giving him the test there. He seems to be okay because he's putting the helmet back on.
Like any typical West Indian batsman, he's not going to show the bowlers that he got hurt. He doesn't even rub. I don't think he's rubbed that spot since. When he goes home later and he takes off the shirt, he'll probably have a good look at it in the mirror.
The helmet does a pretty good job from deflecting the ball and preventing serious injury. Because in the earlier days when they did not have the helmet or skin, a lot of batsmen used to get serious injury, head injury at that. But with the introduction of the helmet, you know, it has prevented quite a lot of serious injury.
So Joshua Bishop now is taking over at the southern end. He was bowling from the northern end a short while ago. Ned was operating at that end. Ned has been drawn out of the attack, and Bishop is taking over from the bottom end. 1 for 42 so far from his 18. Play and a miss there, just nibbling at one.
He was playing inside the line, probably expecting it to turn into him. It didn't. It went straight on, beating the outside edge. It's a good delivery.
Yeah, not much turn on offer. There he goes, and he hits that high in the air. The man at long on almost didn't even see. because I don't think he was really aiming for that direction. That one probably had a little turn and it came off the inner portion of the bat. He was aiming more for maybe over mid-off and laying it down at fine a long on. Saw it late.
Yeah, he really moved very late there. It was in the air for a while.
Again, the ball keeping very low. And this is going to be interesting if they can get close to that 300 or maybe beyond. Any lead could be telling, because if you get a 40, 50 run lead, you could probably claim a couple wickets, because the wicket is beginning to get lower and lower. So it's whoever gets a lead here. Let's say they bowl out the CCC for about 250 thereabouts. This one is in the air and he takes it.
Yeah.
It took a while. Graves again trying to play it on the onside, and they took a leading edge, and eventually it was caught at point. He goes for 12, and that looked like the substitute who is able to come in and make the catch. Actually, no, it's Dawn who takes the catch.
So Romario Graves goes looking to play inside out, to go over long off. Ball turned probably just a little more than he anticipated. Got the thick outside edge, and it was in the air for a while. And a good diving catch, diving forward there at cover. Dawn, Joshua Dawn is the man who came up with that catch. So that's the fall of wicket number 6. And we'd have to wait to see who is the
Romario
new
Goodrich
batsman.
is the new
Goodrich?
batsman. Yep.
Well, apparently the night watchman injury is more serious than we thought.
Amari Goodrich is the new man. Again, he was the one who top scored with a gutsy 75 against the Leeward Islands. I think they're going to hope that he can do a similar thing here today, or at least get some kind of runs on the board. They don't want a capitulation here that hands the Academy a sizable lead. It is a sizable lead right now. 88 runs is the difference. And that could be very handy in the second innings. So a lot of fun out there. The guys are chirping now. It's 212 for 6 at the end of the over.
Yes, and Joshua Bishop has just picked up his second wicket.
So Lane
2
has
for 43.
50, yep.
Bishop, 2 for 43 of 19 overs. Yes, pretty economical as well. Just 2 point something runs an over. That's pretty good going in these conditions.
So now Ned, it looks like, is going to pick up the attack from the top end, is it? So he's just switched them around to see if he can't continue with the wicket taken. But that was really a loose shot on the part of Graves. He was trying to hit it on the onside when he probably was better off going with this spin.
Yeah, he put a little too much bottom on in that shot.
And it's another good shot. That's 4 runs. The man at mid-off never moved. And that was Naeem Young. And that ball just sizzled past him without him. And he's a good distance from the bat. And that ball just sped off the face of the bat. And down to the long off boundary for 4 runs.
Well, actually, he had no chance really of stopping that. That had some power in it. These are some big lads at the wicket. Have a look at Amari Goodrich, Ruskin.
Yeah, I saw him. He hit a couple of sixes last week. And he's that type of batsman. He will try to clear the fences. So the ball has been retrieved, and now Naeem Young has decided he will stay down here. So he has a long on and a long off in place, a deep mid wicket as well. Persistent with that forward short leg, because he's turning into the left-hander. And he's driving again, but again he's going to get a single. He might actually get a second run if they hurry. No, they won't. But again, just a little lapse there from Dawn. He seemed to have it covered. That ball wasn't traveling with any degree of speed, and he just closed the bucket before the ball arrived.
Well, he took his eyes off it really, and you could see that his head was in the air when he was about to field that ball. A cardinal sin, you can't take your eyes off the ball.
Quicker flutter from Ned. I don't think he'll be happy with that misfield. That's another run to his figures, added to his. And that's another good shot. They want a single. They're going to have to hurry here. And he is short. And that is really the cardinal sin there. He hit the ball so hard that he hit it straight to James. And James just had to get a good return in, which he did. And all that Tuckett had to do was remove the bail. So that is the end of Richards for 59 out, run out.
Well, why would you call for a single there? I mean, he hit the ball with so much power. The man was at normal cover. He didn't have to move to his left or right. And there you are calling for a single. There's no way that non-striker would have reached. And he was easily run out there. So that's a bad call there by Goodrich. And he's gotten rid of the top scorer as well. Romario Richards batted quite well for his 59. So that's the end. That's the fall of the 6th wicket.
That's the fall of the 7th wicket.
7th, actually.
217
Sorry about that.
for 7. Yep. So a bad miss there. Richards never really had any hope. If anything, he would have been hoping that the return was not a good one, and that might have given him chance to make his ground. But he couldn't get in there.
Good luck from Richards. Unfortunately, run out for 59. I think it wasn't a single. It went straight to the fieldsman. Got a good bounce too. Just had to pick up and send a good return. The new batsman is
It's Jediah Blades who's come out to join Goodrich. And you have Kelvin Marcus as well, who's still to come, and the possibility that so Jediah Blades is the new batsman.
Richards really looked good today. Unfortunately, as I said, run out. He was taking the bowlers. Once on his strength, he was hitting the ball over the top.
Yeah, those were deliberate shots on his part.
Yeah. Again, I must say this, Naeem Young, the captain, persists with his 2 left-arm orthodox on both ends. And it bear fruits and reward for the West Indies emerging team.
So again, I think the batsmen have to work out that while the ball isn't spinning much, some of them will turn. And we see the batsman trying to play the ball on the onside, and it's hitting the leading edge.
Greaves did exactly that.
He thinks about a single, but it's not there. Blades was keen on a single, but he was sent back by Goodrich. The end of the over, a good one. 217 for 7. Now combined campuses and colleges chasing 300 set by the West Indies Academy.
They will have to dig deep into this last couple with the last 3 batsmen here. They are still about 83 runs behind.
So they have some work to do. Again, the idea here now has to be to chip away at that, to bring that down, even if you get bowled out under. It mustn't be above 50. If you could get it under 25 or so, it means that you would have gotten to 275, 280, anything like that.
I think they lost 2 quick wickets in where they were just turning the tables around.
And here's an out appeal for an LBW as he's out. The very first ball that he faces, and that's the end of Blades. He goes LBW to Ned.
I think that
for no score.
That look as straight as possible. Plump. Played all around that ball and hit plump in the middle.
So it's a real slide kicking in here now, and they have to be so careful. They've lost the wicket number 6 at 212, 217 for 7, now 217 for 8. Remember, they went to lunch to tea at 187 for 5, and they had lost a wicket just before that at 184 for 5. So it's a case here where they may or may not have the services of Motara, although I do see him or see someone padded up in the dressing room, so could be that he will come as the last one.
Yes, did an excellent job as a night watchman. Had to retire at 55.
So Calvin Marcus is out there.
Ashmid Ned 3 for 51 and 21.1 overs. Excellent bowling on this placid wicket here. I think Raja was raising the point. I was surprised to see that Joshua James in bowl in this match so far.
Maybe they're holding him back for that to the second innings. You never tell.
I think the boy has some raw talent.
When all else fails, you know, you go to somebody who could surprise everybody. He bowled him. He hit right across that one, and that is the end of that. He's rehearsing the shot, but it's not a good shot, even when he was rehearsing it. And that is the end of him for no score as well. It's now 217 for 9.
He was rehearsing the shot, got bowled and rehearsed the same shot.
And it will be Motara to resume his innings.
Ashmid goes 4 for 51 and 21 overs. Toiled very hard on this placid wicket here. Good reward with 4 wickets.
So it was actually the second ball he faced. He tried to hit him through cow corner, but failed to make contact.
You know, when you play that shot and get ball, you know, if you rehearse it, you might come forward defensive. He rehearsed the same shot.
He's trying to perfect it. So it's going to be the hobbled Matara. Question is, can he grip the bat as well as he was earlier before he got struck on the hand? He will resume on 55. And immediately you can see the bat shocking him.
Hands coming off.
Yep. Why I feel that he might have a fracture, maybe just a hairline fracture to that hand. And again now he's just taking the bottom hand off the ball, off the handle rather, and just playing it with the one hand.
Definitely he's in some discomfort.
Final ball of the over. Let's see if he survives, and then see what approach Goodrich will take. This has two elements to it. One, you cannot probably get any power in the bat in his shots, and two, will he be able to bowl?
I think he's a right
leg spin
with his right hand.
With his right hand, so not quite sure what is the scenario with him. But if he cannot bowl, that's going to be a big loss for the CCC. Even though he didn't get wickets in the first innings, he is the type of bowler that could come with his leg spin and maybe cause a little havoc at times, but we claim a wicket or two. And now it's Goodrich. Goodrich had a word with him, and so we'll have to see now how will Goodrich approach this. Will he go for broke, or will they give him a single and try and get at Motara, the injured Motara? Or will Brooks maybe just call them in if he thinks that the batsman is going to hurt himself being out there?
This is a good healthy lead, 83 runs on.
Yep. I'm sure Goodrich will be thinking, let me see if I could bring this down as much as possible. Play and miss.
This first inning lead could be the decider of this game.
This time he takes the single of the third ball of the over, so it means he has 3 to face now.
Joshua Bishop in his 21st over at 43, 2 for 43.
So Motara is on 55.
Could you believe? No, sorry. I thought the night watchman is the second top scorer so far.
Yep.
I remember India playing Australia and New Zealand. Jason Gillespie scored a double 100 and as a night watchman.
But now it's more like a Malcolm Marshall is required here, because clearly you can't put any real power into those shots. And it'll be interesting to see if Bishop flights the ball at him.
That's the right way to do it to him.
Force him to come out. Maybe he might just
Short
throw the
leg,
bat.
silly point, slip.
Every time he plays the ball, he kind of withdraws the bottom hand.
Short extra cover also is in.
And another quicker delivery outside that off stump. He's really just trying to nudge and run, because he can't really generate power with that damaged hand. And showing good determination here, not just giving it away. So that completes another over, 218 for 9.
I think the West Indies emerging team has come back very nicely in this game in the last 30 minutes. Just prior to tea, getting a wicket and picking up 3 wickets after tea.
Yeah, and they picked them up rather quickly too. And so it will be interesting now to see if Goodrich could really manufacture some runs here. I don't think they could afford to just prod and probe and not think in terms of getting that total down as much as possible.
I don't think the wicket hasn't changed much, but it's just prior to tea to now it's a little difficult scoring runs.
So they're going to spread the field. So Lane is coming back now. Lane, of course, who was bowled a couple of short balls, well directed, and that struck. First, he got the wicket of Shamar Brooks with a short lifting one, edge into the keeper, and he struck Mutara twice on his hands.
So down the leg side, well taken by the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, so now they brought him back here now to see if he could wrap it all up. Johan Lane, 2 for 50. 15 overs on 1 ball so far. Goodrich. It's a Yorker. And he has to dig it out. He does well. So if he was expecting the short ball, he got the opposite there. Because the bowler has him thinking and waiting.
I think Goodrich has to try and see as much he could get runs, bring this total closer.
Now they would love to give him the single early and see if they could get Mutara down at that end. Again, another lift-in delivery. So that's the 3rd ball of the over. So I'm sure Goodrich must be thinking a single.
82 runs is a hefty lead in this game.
And when you consider they dropped a couple of catches as well,
Yeah.
it could have been even better for them. But conversely, the CCC also put down their top scorer, a regulation catch and slip. And they won't take the single. So that's 4 balls. And now the field closes in, so they're going to try to cut out the single now, since you're not going to take it. Should be very interesting now to see what the approach would be. Does he go for the big hit?
A boundary.
Yeah, or does he just nudge and run? I won't be too disappointed if he got a boundary. If I was Naeem Young, as long as I keep him off strike to start the next over. So this is where it becomes a real cat and mouse scenario now. Are they going to run on this ball? You would think that the fielders would be on their P's and Q's.
I think Goodrich has to see how much he could accumulate with Mutara.
And again, he can't get the run. So that is the end of the over. And so it means that Mutara will have to face at least at the first ball of the next over. 218 for 9 now.
I think about 45 minutes ago, you know, CCC was well in place. 4 wicket have just changed his game.
Yep, the dressing room was chirpy and having fun when the physio came out to check. When she got back in, she went back to thunderous applause.
I think Greece played a lovely cover drive and out next ball.
So Naeem Young now comes back into the attack. So they are going for the jugular here. So he's probably trying to pepper him with a couple of short balls. You never know. He hasn't set the field like specifically like that, but I think it's understandable that the short ball is going to come and come pretty soon. Now, this is a strange onside field because there's a fine leg, a square leg, a short square leg, one just forward of square, short mid on, and again body line. So he has a mid on, a shortish mid on, a short mid wicket, or forward short leg, who's fairly deep there, and then there's a regulation mid wicket, and the fine leg.
That tells you he's gonna come at his body.
Yep, I'm surprised they don't have a leg slip. And just as I said, I'm surprised they don't have a leg slip. Guess what? They're putting the leg slip and take out the mid off. And there he is trying to reach at a wide delivery. So they all count now. 219 for 9.
I think must give credit to Mutaya. He's showing good determination to come back and bat with that injured hand.
So trail by 81 runs, so they need to chip away at this. And he's guiding this into the gap. He's going to get one. I don't think he's going to even attempt a second run. So showing real determination here, a real gutsy performance from the young man. He's up to 56 now.
Came in as a night watchman and has faced 126 deliveries, 127.
You don't see that too often, do you? And again, trying to catch up with it, but not able to do so, Goodrich. I think Goodrich has to maybe clank a couple big ones to just strike fear in the hearts of the bowlers. But they're not giving him anything to work with right now. And well fielded to his own bowling there, Naeem Young.
I think he's not, beside in this shot here, I haven't seen him really show any aggression.
So again, the field nicely spread. And he's going for through the kitchen sink of that one. But he missed everything. And if he hits that, it's going to go a mile.
I think CCC need a few of that right now.
Because they really need somebody to help bring down that score. So it has to be Goodrich. So he has to take advantage. And that's well played. They're going to go for the single and the return from on his knees. Now, I don't understand why he couldn't pick himself up and execute that through, but all the same, they're safely through.
And he hit, that was the end of it.
Really, that was lean at that cover position. And they're going to have a little refreshment break here. 220 for 9. And they need another 80 runs, the CCC, to try to get to the 300 as posted by the West Indies Academy. So welcome back here. Of course, it's 221 for 9 now. There's 79 runs adrift. The challenge here is how much can they shave off of this advantage here? Can they get it down to under 50? Lane has other ideas, but so too does Goodridge, and that's a glorious shot. He just stood up there and cracked it through the covers for 4.
Excellent shot. Just waited on it and hit it off his back foot.
So that brings it down to 75 now. And so I suppose that's the scenario here. This last pair, can they put together some kind of partnership? We saw yesterday the last pair put on 96. So, and I suppose that's the little concern here for the academy.
Goodridge look like a fairly good little batsman though.
Yeah, he top scored in the last game, so he probably has some form. And he thinks for a moment about this single and decided against it. And the thing about it is that because the batsmen are so hesitant to get in behind the line of the ball, they're almost always in position to get hit. Because once the ball does anything, they either just take their eyes off the ball and they're in harm's way.
I think Motora, when he got struck, he was more peeping on his front foot a little too early.
So the umpire wants the wicket to be level and sit in proper. The bails must sit snugly on the groove on top of the stumps. And a little misfield there, but they won't chance it. Naeem Young at that deepish mid-wicket position there. When Goodridge hits the ball, it really travels quickly too.
Naeem Young is in the setup for a little while with the West Indies. Now, haven't really excelled so far in this tournament.
And you see this one in the air. This could be out court. Young is trying to get onto it. He cannot. And it just bounces in front of him. And he does well, though, to collect it on the bounce. But they go back for the second run. Well. He threw the ball up in the air, obviously in disgust that he couldn't get to the ball. And the batsman ran back for the second run while he was there remonstrating with himself more than anybody else. And they just snuck a second run. So that's 2 more off that advantage. So it comes down to 73 now. And you could just see that Ali not happy with that. Lane, of course, could just hear the effort when he bowls that one.
Must say today he put every spell he put an extra effort into it though.
Well, he wants to wrap it up here now. It's tail enders he's bowling at. I'm sure he must be thinking another one. Two for 56 so far. Another day that might convert to 5 wickets.
They remove the first slip and put him short extra cover. Bring in the cover point, deep cover point, normal cover point.
And that one peels off the edge. That's going down there. That's 4 runs. And I was just about to make the point, but there's no third man. And so said, so done. It just ran down there for 4 runs. So they all bring that, so they bring it down to 69 now. It's 231 rather, for 9. Yep. So it's coming down, and that's exactly what Goodridge would have been hoping for. The problem is it's the end of the over. 80 overs bowled. So they could actually get the new ball. No. And given the fact that Motara is hobbled, they may decide, look, let's just take the new ball and see if we can't end it all here. Problem with the new ball is that it will also travel faster as well. And the way Goodrich is swinging the bat, any kind of contact at all could result in quick runs. But they're going to persist with Naeem Young. So he's going to continue from that southern end. And it just seems as if there's a little, I'm not sure what it is going on with the players. It just seems as if they, I don't know, it's tough to say.
It looked like they're waiting for the new ball.
Unless the umpire hasn't brought out the new ball, the third umpire that is, and it looks like he's bringing out the new ball. So he's going to go with the 2 slips. Maybe he should have a third one. So they are going to take the new cherry. See if they can't end it all here with. So there's the indication that we have a new ball. And the umpire showing it to the scorers. So 2 slips and a gully. Again, there's no third man. And there is the cover. So they're going to bring a third slip, I would imagine. There is a fine leg. There is that forward short leg, but he's fairly deep. I suppose he could come in a meter or 2, mid-wicket.
Put in a third man.
There is no mid-on, so I don't think he expects the ball to go anywhere there. And he almost hit it. Well, even when his hand was good, even when his hand was good, he wasn't too comfortable with the ball coming into his body. And now that hand is damaged, he's in real discomfort there now. And but he's fighting on. Yeah, well, that's the thing. But he's trying to kind of back away and maybe play that shot he likes to play through the offside. And that's the edge, and they're going to run the single. He's going to have to throw it to the non-striker's end, and he never even bothered to run. He just, he's in real discomfort there, and that is the end of the innings. He is run out for 56. And it's 231 all out.
Apparently, like he got struck high up on his neck. His chin is broken.
Well, that's swinging the bat. He was trying to pull that one, but it's the hand. And
that concludes the CCC innings at 231 for 9 of 80.1 overs. Second ball with a new ball. Naeem Young, none for 54 from 15.1 overs. Combined campus colleges traced by 69 runs. I think that could be the telling factor in this game.
But the thing is, if he had run quickly, he probably would have been able to make his ground. quite comfortably, but he just seemed so disinterested in running that he got run out, and he was even very close to getting down to the other end. So
Apparently,
69 run cushion.
apparently he didn't make an extra effort to get down there.
And that's what I'm saying, because he was going to he really was going to the non-striker's end. So he could have easily made his ground had he hustled, as they say, but he was so concerned about his hand that he probably forgot to run and try to get to the non-striker's end. That would have given Goodrich the strike again. So 231 all out, with Lane taking 2 for 60 from his 17 overs. We had 3 maidens in there. So Lane, who's bowled beautifully. Naeem Young, 15 overs and 2 deliveries, 1 maiden, not for 54. Ned, 22 overs, 8 maidens, 51 runs and 4 wickets.
I think he's the man who really crippled the CCC team after, just prior to tea and after tea.
Bishop, 21 overs, 7 maidens and 2 for 44 for Joshua Bishop. And Alain, just 5 overs, no maidens, not for 20. So those are the bowling figures. Again, Lane with 2 for 62, 4 for 51 to Ashmead Ned, and 2 for 44 for Joshua Bishop, the other left-arm spinner. And of course the 1 wicket going via the run-out, or 2 wickets going via run-out. We had Demario Richards also being run out from a good throw from James at point, and the ball was hit straight to him, and Richards was left with a near impossible task of making his ground at the other end. So Evelyn out for 13. Puran, remember, went for no score. He was out LBW since yesterday evening. Motara played beautifully, coming in as a night watchman, and was last man out, run out for 56. Of course, got struck a couple blows on the body. Henry, he made 29. Brooks batted beautifully for his 25. Yannick Utley also shaped well for his 18. Demario Richards played well for his 59 before he was unfortunately run out. And Romario Graves made 12, couldn't repeat his heroics, and then Amari Goodrich, 12 not out. Jediah Blades, no score, and Calvin Marcus also no score. So 231 all out in 80.2 overs. It means that the West Indies Academy enjoy a sizable lead of 69 runs on first innings, and with the young leg spinner unable to bowl, it could be a big body blow on that occasion. So Motara, his 50 came off 111 balls with 6 fours and a 6. And Richards, his 50 coming off 81 balls with 6 fours. So they were the principal run scorers. And Lane, of course, 2 for 60, 4 for 51 to Ned, and 2 for 44 to Bishop. They were the principal wicket takers for the the West Indies Academy, the combined campuses and colleges, all out for 231. When you consider they were 184 for 5, all out for 231 runs. So they didn't add too much, just 46 runs to lose the last 5 wickets here today. So that's the situation as the ground staff do their normal preparations. We'll have the second innings of the academy when we come back. Let's welcome you back here. The players are back out in the middle now and getting ready to start the second innings. The batsmen are yet to make their way out in the middle. Worrell and Allen making their way out. And it's going to be that man, Blades, Jediah Blades, opening the bowling.
I think CCC will have to pick up some early wickets here to put them under some pressure. That hefty lead of 69 runs.
And that is obviously the idea here is to get,
Because wickets will slow down the scoring rate also.
that's exactly what they need here. A couple of early wickets. So Worrell it is who is getting ready to take first strike. So a great opportunity here now for the CCC to try to hit back and to, as I say, limit the damage somewhat. And the best way to do that is to take wickets and to stifle run flow. But starting with the taking of wickets, that's exactly what the doctor orders here.
Blaze missing his run.
So this is the man that they've gone through time and again, CCC, to try to get them wickets, and he has almost always responded. Can he do it again today? There's an appeal for a catch at the wicket, not out, says the umpire. I don't think it touched anything. I'm not quite sure what they're hearing back there.
Fieldsman do hear that in the opening over.
But again, this is the stage of the game where any kind of early success here could go a long way for the CCC to get them back in contention here.
Again, Blaze missing his run up.
This brings us back to the days when Wayne Daniel used to be bowling at youth level. Daniel would miss his run up time and again. You're never quite sure when he would deliver, which one will be the one that he's going to deliver. And when he delivered it, you weren't too sure to play it. That's well played, and that's brilliant fielding. Again there from the skipper, Shamar Brooks.
You know, I have played about 18 years with Richard Suchan, and I really can't recall him. Can't recall in a game he misses run, eh?
So now so now I think they're gonna adjust the side screen a little bit. The left-handed batsman wants the side screen adjusted.
Still very humid at the UV ground here. Although the weather pattern has been all year this, so the all field is still almost green. Certain patches.
So you could see Blades trying to sort out his run-up. He's struggled a little bit in this over so far with his run-up itself. and as a result, he hasn't really been.
I thought the second delivery looked like he was going to pull out also too, because delivered it very, very late.
So again, the ball hitting, nice sound coming off the bat there, hitting the middle of Worrell's bat.
I think Blades is doing the ideal thing, making the batsman play so far, the two deliveries he has facing.
So he has a nice slip cordon, 3 slips on a gully. Man just a point square, cover and a mid-off, a mid-on, and a man on the fine leg boundary. Again, he's right on target. So this could be a very interesting period. If they get wickets, if they get a couple early wickets, that could put the pressure right back on the academy. And they're going to need all their bowlers to, as they say, come to the party here. That's good. Just brilliantly stopped here again, and nothing given there. That's Evelyn with a brilliant diving effort there to Domel Evelyn, tumbling to his left, and coming up with that one. Good cricket all round, and a good shot. A slightly over pitch delivery. Warrior will feel like he was hard done by there. Probably should have gotten a couple of runs, if not a boundary.
Well fielded.
Highway robbery. Nice little adjustment there from Blaze to end the over. It's
Maiden.
maiden over, and to start proceedings here. So they're yet to add to that 69 run advantage. So they effectively are 69 without loss.
Good start to a maiden. This is the ideal start. Once stifle them a bit, could bring, may able to bring a wicket or two.
So it's going to be Amari Goodrich now to take up the attack. This morning we saw Naeem Young go immediately to his spinner. Although the ball was a relatively hard ball, a new ball.
6 overs old this morning.
But he opted to give it to his spinners. Ned started first and did a pretty good job. Didn't nearly turn the ball much, but bowled a good line, good length. And good experience for the young man, especially. You never know when you'll be called upon to do something like that. Maybe it might get spin-friendly conditions, and the skipper handed a new ball and say, "Do a job for me." So at least he could say, "Well, yes, I've done this before," and he could draw on the experience here. And now we look at Goodrich now. So he looks like a little ginger as he's walking back.
Coming from a good, delivering that ball from a good height.
But the breeze rustling his shirt as he's walking back there. So I think he may have to deal with that coming up the hill. But if he could get it to just move away from the edge, who knows? And that one almost got through there. And Alain had to come down on that one quickly. Alain is interesting. You look at the shirt that he's wearing here. Maybe this might be his favorite shirt. But when he went off the field at lunchtime, he came out with a shirt, a new one, that had the
4-0.
full 40 in it. But I don't know, maybe he changed it again, and he probably felt like this one is the one, this is the run scoring shirt. So he put back on the one that the 4 is all bleached out. He's going to get some runs here. No, he won't.
Brilliant piece of feeling. I must say, so the couple deliveries so far, 1.3, the feeling has been very good. At least 2 boundaries been cut off.
Yes, remember they were without Motara, who has been a good fielder for them as well, especially in those positions, square the wicket and the offside or on the onside. Again, a good line, right on target there from Goodrich.
Yeah, both opening bowlers making the batsman play, which is the ideal thing you need with a new ball. Make them play. Facing a new ball and you leave alone 3 ball, you're very comfortable with that.
So it's a great opportunity here now. The 12th man, Odain McCarthy, who came on as that concussion sub in the last game. He's at slip, second slip, wearing the number 20. And again, he can't get the single. So if ever you hear about a quiz about a concussion substitute in regional cricket, his name might very well pop up as part of the answer.
The Australian number 3 batsman came in Test cricket based on that.
And this time they're going to get the run. They might actually get a couple. And never in doubt, they could easily come back for a second run. So a good way to end the over from Allen. He's off the mark. And it's 2 without loss at the end of over number 2. So they're effectively 71 without loss at the moment. So an interesting situation here now where they're trying to build this lead, pad this lead. They have a nice lead already, 71. Without a loss, so they have all 10 wickets in hand. But a couple quick wickets, and who knows? Next thing you know, panic set in the batting lineup now. And Warrior looks very compact indeed.
Still a lot of time left in the game, Ruskin. Good afternoon to you. Yeah, that's a fairly substantial lead, that's 69 runs in the context of the game, because CCC, they were shut out for 231 after looking good at one stage. We thought that they probably would have overhauled the Academy's first inning of 300.
And that's going to be 4 runs. I don't think he's going to get around to that. And you don't want to be drifting onto the pads with no protection on that side of the wicket. And but I think he's struggling with his run-up. And that might be affecting his deliveries. But you could see Blades really struggling to get up to the wicket.
Yeah, they had looked good until the lunch session, and even after that as well, CCC, but the latter half of their batting just collapsed, and then they were shut out for 231. So that lead might be the telling aspect of this game, really. 69 is a fairly substantial lead, and if they can add anything here like 200 in their second innings, the Academy, it would
another 300 runs.
Yeah, on a fourth day, third and fourth, it's not going to be all that easy. So they will have to pick up wickets and pick up wickets quickly at regular intervals. and try to keep that total down as best as they can. I think anything that they're chasing in excess of 220 to 250, it's going to be a big ask.
Certainly will be in the context of this game. And here he is again. He's really having a hard time getting his rhythm back.
He always was struggling with his rhythm, even in the first innings. You know, doesn't have a rhythmic, flowing run-up. He's a heavy-set guy, and if you look at him, you can see that he's running actually on his heels. His weight is not forward.
But even he's missed his run so many times in this innings.
Yeah, look at that,
Something
flat-footed.
Something that he didn't do much of in the first innings.
So Motara and the Mario Richards, the two top scorers for the CCC. Richards getting to 59 and Motara 56. He had some problems in that he got injured and had to retire hurt. And even when he came back out, he came under pressure immediately. He got some short pitch deliveries that he couldn't really handle.
Couldn't grip the bat at all. He was taking that bottom hand away, even to the spinners. So it was always going to pose a problem for him. Tobago 85 for 3 in their second innings. Still in arrears. And again, you could see him still having difficulty. The end of the over, 6 without loss, but he's having a real hard time getting his run up right, and his whole rhythm is off.
Yeah, that seems to be his problem really. He's not a rhythmic fast bowler. Seems to be struggling every time he runs up to the wicket. He's a heavy set guy as well, you know. He doesn't have that athletic flow in the run up a la Michael Holding. He runs flat footed as well. His weight is more or less at the back instead of leaning forward and running off the ball off your feet. So the overall lead.
Looking at Keon Otley batting for Trinidad and Tobago. 39 in 59 balls, 2 4s and 3 6s.
3 6s.
And this is a 4-day game, but he's playing that like it was a T20. Although he did face 59 deliveries, of 39 from 59. Joshua De Silva is not out on 12, but Amer Django is still there with 27. And that's a good shot, but there is cover out in the deep. And they're going to get that second run. Siddiqui Henry was a long way away.
Well, Captain Sharma Brooks would have to pull out all the stops here. He's got to save runs, and he's got to get wickets as well. How he goes about doing that would be very interesting. He can't afford to attack too much.
He may have to
And
go
then
to his
he needs to
spinners
get
early.
wicket as well.
He may have to do like his opposite number and go to his spinners early.
Yeah, tactically it would call on him to really use all his experience here to try and get his side in a position where they can win the game. At the moment, they're under pressure because the lead is 69. They've not taken any wickets yet. Although the score is just at 8. You expect that
I expect no, not Blades, but I expect Marcus, if he can get his line sorted out. He's the type of bowler that on a surface like this, especially where some are keeping low and some jumping, he may very well be a viable option for Brooks. Russian Primus has come on the field. Because of McCarthy, the other sub is off. And that's well played, and that's glorious, and that's 4 runs with very little fuss at all. He just put that left foot down and stroked it down to the extra cover for 4 runs.
Well, it was a half volley, and he did the right thing, got out with the front foot and driving straight through the line. Delightful shot through extra cover for 4. So they would move on to 12. I think the main thing here about the academy is that they would want to keep wickets in hand. You know, it doesn't really matter how many they get this evening. You know, with a lead of 69 and whatever they get this evening, they would still have 2 days, entire days play remaining. So anytime they can get up to 200 runs in their second innings, it means that they would be in with a good chance of winning outright. But somehow or the other, I believe that they can get more than that. So
Well, they certainly will. They will have to bat well. In the first innings, a lot of the batsmen got starts and then got out. This one going down, not really carrying to Romario Graves in the gully, but that ends the over. And it's 12 without loss now after 4 overs, 2 from Blades, 2 from Goodrich. And, Blades none for 4, none for 8 to Goodrich, 2 overs each. And so I won't be surprised if Brooks decides, let's see if we could get the spinners on and see if they can't create some problems early, especially if they can get their lines sorted out, just as we saw from Ned in particular. When he came on, he didn't try to do too much with the ball, but he maintained a nice tidy line and a good length. Kept the batsman quiet. Took an early wicket, but in the main, he just kept things tying up one end and allow the quicker bowlers to operate at the top end. And again, he's really having a hard time with the run-up here, because I saw this last week as well. He starts and then he has like a pause in his run and then he kind of shoots off. But if you don't get it right, the timing right, everything goes off after that.
Yeah, he's not really a rhythm bowler. As I said, he's pretty heavy set, runs flat-footed. Look at that.
And the batsman thought he was going to
abort.
Yeah, he was going to abort. He didn't. And the thing about it is that he still delivered the ball.
Well, it would have been interesting had that ball hit the stumps,
Yes,
Ruskin.
because the batsman just thought he was going to abort that run-up, and he didn't. He just went through and delivered the ball. Had he hit the stumps, that would have been very interesting indeed.
Well, I as well thought he was going to stop because he just started chipping just before he reached the stump. How come?
But you can't just pull away. You have to wait until he delivers the ball or don't deliver the ball. he is again. He's certainly struggling with that run-up. He's not at all comfortable.
Well, that's a sign for the captain to probably take him off the attack and bring in your third seamer. And if you decide to bring him back after, well, no problem with that. But he's really having problems because almost every other delivery he seems to be stopping, not getting it right at all.
Well, they always say there will be days like these when you just can't seem to get a flow. But what I suppose the character of the man is to keep trying, and what would be even better is if he could somehow prize out a wicket here for his team and give them some kind of life at the moment. It seems he's really struggling. He looks like he's, I don't want to say he's injured, but like he's not 100%. He just seemed to be
out of sorts.
Time. Yeah, I don't know if it's a groin problem he's trying to work through here. And, but again, Worrell looks very compact, very comfortable. So we're showing Worrell is on 4, Allen is on 8 at the non-strikers end.
And give you the feel for Blades. He has 2 slip, a wide gully. There's a man on the point boundary. There's a cover and the mid-off. That's the feel on the offside. 6 men on the offside, and on the onside he's got a mid-on. There's a man on the backward square leg boundary and also a fine leg on the boundary. Here is Blades. He struggles to get up to the stumps. No run there.
I think he probably would be happy to get through this over.
Yeah, I think that they should probably take him off until he can get himself sorted out.
Maybe he could tell because I think he went off in between overs and came back on. So I feel he might be, I don't know if he has a stomach bug or something, but he's not moving right. So it might be some kind of a muscle problem.
But he struggled as well in the first inning, Ruskin. Remember, on the first day we kept saying that.
But not as bad as this. This
is really bad.
Something is definitely wrong, and you could see it. He's not following through properly.
He's actually begging for the over to come to an end.
Yeah, he's not 100% at all, and he's struggling. I think he has a groin problem. Just looking at how he's moving there, it might be that he has some kind of a groin. He might have pulled a groin and is trying to go. Now, groin strains are a strange animal, you know. You could operate with them sometimes, depending on how severe they are. But then there are other times you can't even walk properly. And in fact, I had a friend of mine that brings the over to an end 12 without loss after over number 5.
Well, he probably is a relieved man now that the over has come to an end.
If it is a groin problem, I would imagine that he could probably go off the field rather than stay on the field and struggle with that injury. It's probably better off if he could go off and get treatment rather than stay on the field. You know, they say sometimes you could play hurt, but you can't play injured. And,
well, it's 12 for no. Rashawn Wall is on 4 and Kadeem Aline is on 8. So that would make it an overall lead of
81 runs.
81.
He's edging, and it's gone past. There's no third slip, and that one sailed past the second slip, and that goes for 4. So well, that's the kind of balance that you have to strike here.
Yeah, you can't really go into all-out attack when the opposition is leading by 69 and they have 10 wickets in hand.
But the flip side of that is, if you want wickets, you got to give the bowler every chance to get you wickets.
Well, that justifies what I was saying previously, Ruskin, that for the entire match, I haven't seen a catch go to the man at gully. In that you have a third man fairly wide, you can put the man at gully into third slip. That would have gone straight down his throat.
And you can still see Alain just kind of feeling for those deliveries just outside the off stump. He's a big, strong man, so he likes to put bat to ball. He likes to like plant that front foot and just bring the bat through. So there's always the likelihood that he will get an edge. Just the way he bats.
I think he's batting a bit differently from how I saw him bat last year. Last year I thought he was a much more free-flowing attacking batsman, playing a lot more shots. But this game here, he has been fairly watchful. Doesn't seem to have all the form that he had last year. Didn't get as much runs this year as he did last year so far. He had, I think it was 1/2 century. Well played.
So I think Goodrich is the one who's probably going to have to pick up the attack. Now, if I was Brooks, I would probably bowl maybe bowl my off spinner Graves from the bottom end and bring Goodrich from the top end because I'm not sure if you want to persist with Blades at this time. He's really having a rough time of it, and you know, give him an opportunity to extend himself from this top end and see if I can get the spinner to do some damage at the other end. If you're not going to bring Otley, then you could go with Graves from that bottom end, but he's bowling Graves. I mean, he's bowling Goodrich from that end, so it means he now has to figure out who will do the job for him at this top end. And like I said, he might go to Marcus, Calvin Marcus. So good consistent line there on the part of Goodrich, but can't break through. 16 without loss. 6 overs completed so far. And just as I suspected, but he's doing it from the other end. He is going with Graves, but he's bowling him from the top end. So Romario Graves is joining the attack.
I thought he was on the ball in the first innings. Remember, we were asking for him to be coming back on the ball, and for some reason, Sharma Brooks didn't bring him back. But I thought he was pretty decent in the couple overs that he bowled in the first innings. So let's see if he can make up here today in the second innings, if he can pick up some wickets and bring his side back into the game.
Yeah, this is one of the crucial periods here now. Can Worrell contain himself?
The overall lead is 85 at the moment. They have all 10 wickets in hand, the West Indies Academy. So let's see what Romario Graves has for us. Short, flattish delivery.
And he has taken a few wickets with balls that have kept very low. But most of them would have been bowling from the other end. So who knows, maybe he might strike gold at this top end. And that time he's a little too much towards the leg. not worrying at all, just inching along quite comfortably. Up to 18 now without loss. He goes to 6. Really looks very compact. And that one is again doing what probably a little turn, probably more of a little drift. I don't know if he'll spin the ball much. So a new ball, it's hard.
How to do well to spin that and get it a turn. It's fairly new.
Probably have to really have put rotations on it, similar to how say a Ranji Nanan used to bowl, or Jack Norrigo. Spin anything. Yes, out of play final LBW, not out, is going straight down leg side. And again, because of the lack of turn, just struck him just outside leg.
You think, Ruskin?
Yep.
I thought that he shuffled a bit with that back foot, but I don't think that they are too upset with the decision, so probably it was going down leg.
He's again standing on one foot and trying to play off of one leg, and that is, if the ball moves at all, I think that's where his problem lies right now, Worrell.
So why is choosing to go on the back foot? He realizes that the ball is keeping low. I mean, you got to push out in front foot when you have the chance. Those deliveries are not all that short. That's much better.
So that completes a good over from Romario Graves, his first, costing him 4 runs. And the score is up to 20 now without loss.
It's very bright sunshine still, even though it's 5 p.m. here at the UE Spec. Surprised yesterday when the umpires had called play at 5:30, and there were still 4 overs remaining in the allotted over in the day's play. I can't understand why they came off. I thought the light was good.
They'll do the same thing again today.
Yeah, they would. It was extremely bright, extremely good lights yesterday, and they didn't complete the remaining overs. Well, Ruskin, you made the bowling changes on both ends. Marcus is on, and you called it a while ago for Graves as well. So probably you have a direct line with Captain Brooks.
To Brooks, maybe. Or he has a direct line to the commentary. Probably has a radio in his pocket or something.
Okay, have we been bugged?
Yeah, probably, I don't know. And but the thing is that I just feel that Marcus showed glimpses.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that he getting the ball and it's still fairly new. Because he's a man can produce some deliveries that can cause some problems with that fast arm action. If he can get it to hit the seam and probably do get some lateral movements or even bounce awkwardly. It's a bit unfortunate in the first inning. I thought he bowled some good deliveries, but didn't really pick up a lot of wickets. How many did he get? 1, I believe?
Yeah, I think there was a catch put down off his bowling. And of course, he put down the catch that basically gave Tuckett that golden opportunity to carry on. So again, he has to be mindful here of what is required. If you're not going to, if you can't take a wicket, you don't want to be conceding
too many runs.
Yeah, just keep it off stump, just outside the off stump, and make the batsman either leave it alone or try to play at it, and let the ball do something off the wicket. The wicket will help you. You just have to line up the deliveries. See, and that's the thing is, one on the legs to the right hander, one on the leg to the left hander, back on the legs to the right hander. So He's not. He hasn't figured out the line as yet. He hasn't gotten his radar working just yet.
Well, he has to keep adjusting the line every time the batsman rotates strike because you got a left-hander and a right-hander. And that can be a bit problematic for a bowler who doesn't have the control.
Yeah, it's a hard. And I know whenever you're faced with that scenario, all you do is you just think of the off stump, see where the off stump is and aim for the off stump. Yeah. And here he is again on the legs, this time of the left-hander. So to each batsman, he's bowled 2 deliveries. All of them on the legs.
Well, the leg stump for one batsman would be the off stump for the other batsman. So you really have to get it spot on.
He has to get his batsman right.
Yeah. Not a
because
nice situation to be in. You have to make sure that you don't leak too many runs, and you have to pick up wickets as well.
and that's where he needs to be, just outside that off stump.
Yeah, you got to create pressure. You can't be allowing the batsman to be picking up runs too easily, because that would take all the pressure off, and it would make it much more difficult to be picking up wickets.
The problem about it is that he's not a quote-unquote tear-away fast bowler.
No, by
So
any means.
control has to be his biggest asset at this pace. He's back on the legs again, so he's just without any risk being taken. Yeah, he's just gotten picked off there for 5 runs in the over, and that's because his line was not the best. The end of the over, 24 without loss, so that should be 25 without loss. Eight overs completed. Both batsmen looking relatively easy at the crease. And and I suppose the instruction is just to just bat. Don't worry about scoring too heavily right now. Just try and bat out the day. And come tomorrow and see if we can't bat them out of the game.
I believe they should finish around 50 runs total in the day's play. That wouldn't be too bad, because it means they would have an overall lead around 120. They've got 2 days left and 10 wickets in hand. So they're putting themselves in a winning position. And for every other run added, it's going to be making it much more difficult for the CCC. But here's Romario Graves, right arm off spinner.
He really needs to rediscover his form. But he took most of his wickets from the bottom end, so he's operating now from the top end, trying to replicate that. And that's a good shot off the back foot. A lot of power, and that's good running there again from McCarthy, doing a good job. And I'll tell you something about McCarthy. It was a similar scenario to that, but it was a little bit closer to the side screen here, where he chased the ball last week, put in the dive, stopped the ball, but the cameras showed that he was actually over the ropes with the ball in his hands. But he effected a run out with a brilliant throw.
He's pretty quick, Rock.
Yep, from out in the deep.
Did you watch him sprint there behind that ball?
Jamal Hamilton was the guilty man. Well, he wasn't the guilty man, but he was the one who suffered at the end. He was running to that end, and the return came like a rocket and ran him out.
Well, he's very speedy, because chasing that ball, I thought I was going to beat him to the boundary, but he really has some speed. He looked like,
well too,
he looked like an Olympic sprinter going down there.
He does have good leg speed.
Yeah, it's very quick. I enjoyed looking at that bit of run there.
Musgraves, of course, trying to see if he could effect a breakthrough here. Has a relatively new ball in his hands. Sean Warwell very compact and doing the smart thing, just keeping him out, not trying to do too much at this point in time. 28 without loss at the end of 9 overs. So as the shadows begin to lengthen here at the Sir Frank Worrell Park. We've gone past 5 o'clock, so we'll be looking at probably a 5:30 ending, so maybe another 5 overs possibly in the day, if so many, especially if we bowl the quicker ones. They've gone for 1. I don't think they will want a second. Kamel Puran closing in quite smartly to limit them to just the 1 run. So probably for the first time that Avaskin Blades couldn't effect the early breakthrough for them. But I think there must be a reason for it. He just doesn't seem to be right at the moment. So they're looking towards Marcus now.
Ooh. Where did that pass? Was that on the offside?
Pass outside his legs.
Because I didn't see the wicketkeeper shuffle down the leg side.
So he's still not.
And he was looking as though he was trying to flick down leg side. I don't know if that ball passed on the offside.
No, it did pass outside his legs. He's still not comfortable. So he's going around the wicket now, so as he tries to really hone in here a little bit more. And that's better. That's kind of the line that he wants to adapt for both batsmen.
Well, from around the wicket, he's going to force the batsman to play out the deliveries a bit more because he's coming in with the angle. He can't really take the chance to allow it to go by. The thing is, he's got to bring it close enough for him to force him to play at it. Here he is around the wicket. Driving.
Yep. The thing with Calvin Marcus, because he's so open-chested, that sometimes he could get the ball to go away from the left-hander, even from around the wicket, because he kind of runs up so square on and delivers. It's as if he could get one to hold its own. A very quiet period here. They're trying to really G up the bowlers to see if they could will them to a breakthrough.
It's a difficult situation to be in really as the fielding team. You know, you're more or less looking down the barrel of a gun here.
Much fuller length there on that occasion. So much better over from him. It's the end of the over. Just a 1 run coming from it. It's 29 now without loss. So that's a summary of play so far. West Indies 329, the West Indies Academy that is, and 29 without loss in their second innings. An overall lead of 98 runs. That's because they took a 69-run cushion when they dismissed the CCC for 231 late in the afternoon on day 2. So as we head towards day 3, they enjoy a nice lead of 98 runs. They have all 10 wickets in hand.
Yeah, every single run added to total is going to put them in a much stronger position.
And that's a great shot. That's gone screaming away for 4 runs. He's gone for 6 actually. He hit it and it went straight out the ground for 6 runs. He really stroked it well. He just got onto the front foot. And the advantage here is that he doesn't have to play for turn. He could just pick up the line.
Well, that's a shot of a very strong guy. He didn't chip down the wicket, so he wasn't looking for extra help with a high back lift. He stood right there on the front foot and with a very high bat, just stroked it straight through the line. Surprised that he went for 6 as well.
He goes again. This time you could put some effort, but that's gone for another 6. And that one, you could see the power in that one as well.
Yeah, those are amazing shots. He didn't have to leave his crease. He stood in his crease and actually executed those shots over long off. So those are 2 power shots from a big guy. And this is the Kadim Aline I was telling you about that I saw last year, Ruskin. He has the power and he can really strike the ball.
So pressure now on Graves. Back-to-back 6s.
Oh my.
So things looking relatively easy at the moment.
For the batting team. This can be a difficult game that they call cricket. You see when the pressure is on, it's early on.
Score races on to 42 now.
Out of the blue, 2 effortless 6s over long off. And he still hadn't left the crease.
Warrior looking to join the fun as well. So they've taken the lead past the 100 mark already.
Oh yeah. So this is where the problems are gonna come in.
So I think they will probably look to maybe Yannick Otley for an over or 2 before it's all said and done today. See if he can't just change things a little bit. And another comfortable single. Purand as well attacks the ball and limits them to the 1 run. But 1 more to the score as the over comes to an end. It's a 44 without loss. 31 to Alain, or rather 32 to Alain, 11 to Worrell.
So an overall lead of 112 Ruskin. If they should add, let's say, about 15-20 more runs, means that they would have a lead of somewhere in the vicinity of 130 odd. And then they've got still 2 days remaining in this match, and they would have all 10 wickets in hand. So the CCC are really up against it.
So Otley, who had 5 for 47 in the first innings, is immediately into the attack.
They really had let things slip in the first innings. After winning the toss and electing to field first, they had reduced the academy to 129 for 7. But somehow they managed to reach 300. And this is where the pressure really started for CCC. So, Otley, who had a 5 in the first innings, he's on now.
So immediately he's touching down in a good spot, but I don't think it's going to be too long before Alain tries to lift him over the side screen, maybe. He is
Oh
playing
my
at one
goodness.
and careless there. Just putting that foot down and just going through with the bat. So Utley keeping things tight so far. Keeping Allen honest. 32 from 35 deliveries.
Ouch.
He is out caught and bowled. And straight back to the bowler. You just knew it was a matter of time before he tried to force him. And he goes for 32. So what a breakthrough.
Well, it was a very good delivery because he held it back and he gave it a bit of flight as well. But he did slow it up and he really caught Aline playing just a bit too early. He was unable to keep it down, and that's clever bowling there by Yannick Otley.
So that's the end of this play at 44 for 1 after 11 overs and 5 deliveries.
Again, surprising that they've called play at this time. It's just about 20 past 5. Yesterday they at least went to 5:30. Look how bright the place is, Roskin.
So the umpires have decided that that is the end of the day's play. So it means that the West Indies Academy go to Stumps at 44 for 1. They have this massive advantage at the moment, but they've lost the important wicket there of Allen. They have an overall lead of 113.
Yes, they've closed in a very strong position.
So it's effectively 113 for 1. And, but as you've seen so often in these games, things can change rather quickly if the batsmen are not careful. So it sets up tomorrow quite nicely with the West Indies Academy holding all the cards right now, as they have an overall lead of 113 runs in their second innings, and they have 9 wickets in hand. The man getting the breakthrough again, Yannick Otley, who got 5 in the first innings, and he has 1 in the second innings so far. So that's the situation for today. Again, the Academy 300 in their first innings and 44 for 1 at Stumps on day 2, and CCC all out for 231. A gutsy little effort from the night watchman Mutara, who was last man out for 56. Richards batted well for his 59 before he was unfortunately run out. Ned had 4 for 59, Bishop 2 for 44, and Lane 2 for 60. They were the principal wicket takers for the Academy, and now it's up to the CCC to respond, but they have it all to do with the West Indies Academy in the driver's seat with an overall lead of 113. They close at 44 for 1 on day 2, and that's where they will resume tomorrow with Worrell not out on 11. On behalf of the entire team, I'm Ruskin thanking you so much, and we look forward to your company. Come tomorrow.